I kindly request everyone please be seated. I kindly request everybody to get seated at the same place. People here can gather at the same pot. People can come and sit at the empty spaces, occupy the empty spaces. Vanakkam and a very good morning to everyone. On behalf of the National Centre for Coastal Research, Ministry of Earth Sciences, and the Australian Institute of Marine Science, it is my pleasure to welcome the guests, delegates, and participants to the International Workshop on Marine Litter, Climate Change, and Biodiversity Loss, a Global Challenge. I now have the honor of inviting our esteemed dignitaries to the dais to grace the occasion. Ms. Silai Zaki, Honorable Australian Consul General and Chief Guest of the function. Ma'am. Please welcome. Please visit. The guest of honor, Dr. Grinson George, Director, CMFRI. Dr. Balaji Ramakrishnan, Director, National Institute of Ocean Technology, Ministry of Earth Sciences. Dr. Eric Trimmel, Australian Institute of Marine Science. Dr. P. K. Srivastava, Scientist G and Program Officer, Ministry of Earth Sciences. Dr. M. V. Ramanamurthy, Director, National Centre for Coastal Research. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. This 5-day deliberation brings together a distinguished gathering of experts, policymakers, and researchers as we collectively address the pressing and interconnected threats facing our oceans, from plastic pollution to biodiversity decline, compounded by the impacts of climate change. In line with our commitment to sustainability, this workshop has adopted eco-friendly measures. The participant kits are made from recycled materials, and to reduce paper waste, the agenda is accessible via QR codes placed around the venue and displayed on screen. These simple steps reflect our effort to push sustainable principles into practices. In keeping with our Indian tradition, we begin all special occasions with an invocation. I kindly request everyone to rise for the invocation.
Om Gam Ganapate Namaha. Om Gam Ganapate Namaha. Om Gam Ganapate Namaha. Mahaganapatim Manasa Smarami. Mahaganapatim Manasa Smarami. Vashishtavamadevaadivandita Mahaganapatim. Mahadevasutam Mahadevasutam Guru Guganutam Marakoti Prakasham Shantam Mahakavyanadagadi Priyam Mahakavyanadagadi Priyam Mushigavagana Modaga Priyam Mahaganapatim Mahaganapatim Manasa Smarami. Mahaganapatim Manasa Smarami. Vashishtavamadevaadivandita Mahaganapatim.
Thank you, Jasmine and Subbu, for the soul-soothing performance. To mark the auspicious beginning of this event, and in keeping with tradition, we now light the ceremonial lamp, a symbol of wisdom, positivity, and shared purpose. I now request all the dignitaries on the dais for lighting of the lamp. Thank you to our dignitaries for lighting the lamp and marking the beginning of this important occasion. To formally open this gathering, I kindly invite Dr. M.V. Ramanamurthy, Director, NCCR, to deliver the welcome address.
Very good morning to all. Respected dignitaries, Ms. Lai Jakai, Australian Consular General, Chennai, Dr. Vincent George, Director, CMFRI, Professor Balaji Ramakrishnan, Director, NIOT, Dr. Eric Tremel, Senior Scientist from Australian Institute of Marine Sciences, called as AIMS, Commander Prashant Srivastava, my own colleague at Ministry, is a Program Officer, distinguished delegates from Australia and Indonesia, esteemed speakers, panelists, colleagues from MOS, family, and research fellows from various universities and research institutions, and colleagues from NCCR and NIOT. A warm welcome to all of you for this important conference. It is great pleasure to welcome you all for this international conference on marine litter, climate change, and biodiversity loss, a global challenge, jointly organized by National Centre for Coastal Research under the Ministry of Earth Sciences and Australian Institute of Marine Sciences, called as AIMS, under the Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative, so-called IPOI. IPOI was launched by Government of India, builds on vision of security and growth for all in the region, so-called as SAGAR, announced by Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji in 2015. It addressed wide range of issues across the globe: security development, capacity building, through 7 thematic pillars. And these pillars are very important because each pillar has its own distinct characteristics. One is maritime security, maritime ecology, maritime resources, capacity building and resource sharing, disaster risk reduction and management, science and technology and academic cooperation, trade connectivity and maritime transport. Each of these pillars represents critical areas requiring a focused regional international cooperation. June 2020, during the Leaders Virtual Summit, India and Australia has announced Australia-India Comprehensive Strategic Partnership, which is one of the major milestones, and agreed to work together bilaterally, regionally and multilaterally to work on various thematic areas related to the above 7 pillars, what has been told in the above. Among the many initiatives under the strategic partnership, Australia-India Joint Declaration, Shared Vision for Maritime Cooperation in Indo-Pacific Noteworthy Development, and Australia-Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, AIPOI, has emerged as a flagship program of the joint initiative. The Australia-India-Pacific Oceans Initiative program plays a very key role in advancing vision by shaping maritime cooperation for open, inclusive, resilient, and rules-based Indo-Pacific. Under this Pacific framework, Australia leads maritime ecology pillar, aiming to foster the scientific collaboration between the two countries, not only with India but with other countries also. In fact, this initiative, I remember when it was in the COVID, we started a dialogue with AIMS, and then took long time, thanks to especially this entire team from Australia, to make these things happen here. In fact, I should also say thanks, because last 1 week we were trying with Ministry also to get the approval from the External Affairs Ministry and also from the Ministry of Earth Sciences, and then we got all the necessary clearances for that. This workshop brings together scientists, policymakers, practitioners from across the Indo-Pacific region, 3 of the most pressing and then interconnected challenges affecting the oceans today. One is marine litter. A lot of work has been done at NCCR on the marine litter, not only with India. I think earlier Dr. Prabhakar Misra was coordinating, who is here, but now it is led by Dr. Gowda with some of other colleagues in the NCCR. Second one is on the climate change. Third one is the biodiversity loss. This is very important because of many international cooperation, and also due to climate change, biodiversity plays a very important role for that. These issues, not only complex but also deeply interlinked. Tackling them requires a rigorous scientific input, strong policy frameworks, and community engagement is very important, and also most importantly international collaboration. That's why we are here today. From plastic pollution, habitat degradation to farming of seas and erosion of coastlines, they are all focusing areas in the realm of climate change. It holds immense potential for leadership in sustainable ocean governance and innovative solutions. This workshop basically aims at two major areas to strengthen our cooperation between in the marine science and policy, especially from the Australia, and also build collective capability to respond effectively to the environmental change. At NCCR, we are committed to advancing coastal and marine research that informs policy and supports sustainable management of the oceans. NCCR undertakes multidisciplinary research. We work on marine pollution. Marine litter is one of the important components of that, and in fact, we work together with Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change on the marine litter. All the scientific information goes from the NCCR. Coastal process and hazards, coastal habitats and ecosystems. This is where we can collaborate more with Australian counterpart AIMS, and also provides a scientific and technical support to the coastal states for sustainable management of coastal areas. This workshop reflects continued efforts to foster collaboration across the various disciplines and also evidence-based or science-based solution to tackle the global challenges for that. I extend my sincere gratitude to our collaborators AIMS. In fact, their constant effort has made this particular workshop to happen here. This is only the beginning, and we'll be taking up many things in the future. And also should acknowledge the effort made by Dr. Sanita when she was coordinating with AIMS. He was thinking a lot of hard work has been done with her own inputs and all. I wish you all a meaningful discussions and productive and inspiring work ahead. And also, I extend all the welcome to Australian counterparts. Please feel us to know whatever you want to do from next coming 5 days, and then we are there with you. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for those insightful opening remarks. In recognition of their presence and contributions, we now take a moment to felicitate our distinguished guests. I kindly request Dr. M. V. Ramanamurthy to kindly felicitate Ms. Eli Zaki. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. Balaji Ramakrishnan to felicitate Dr. Grinzon George. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Steve Astava to kindly felicitate Dr. Eric Trimmel. Thank you, sir. Next, to outline the objectives and expected outcomes of this workshop, I kindly request Dr. Sanita K. Sivadas, Scientist E and Coordinator of the workshop from NCCR, to address the gathering.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As we begin this important international workshop, I would like to warmly welcome you all and briefly outline the key objectives and expectations that will guide our discussion, exchanges, and collaborations over the coming days. Under the Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative Hub, the National Center for Coastal Research, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India, and the Australian Institute of Marine Science, Australian Government, are committed to raising awareness about the challenges of climate change and marine litter while promoting coordinated action in the region. This is the second workshop under the collaboration, the first being held online in August 2024. We are pleased to now meet in person, bringing together experts and participants from across the Indo-Pacific region. This workshop is built around 5 core objectives, the first being through regional participation, share insights from Indo-Pacific case studies to develop a holistic understanding of the impact of climate change and marine litter on biodiversity. Explore and develop pathways for modeling future scenarios to assess potential changes in marine debris distribution. To explore national and collaborative advanced approaches for addressing the research priority for marine litter and biodiversity research. Establish research priorities and future directions for marine biodiversity monitoring and management across the Indo-Pacific region. Identify next steps, milestones, and future workshop objectives to strengthen Indo-Pacific marine and coastal research networks. These objectives will be achieved through panel discussion and expert talks. A dedicated masterclass on the third day designed specifically for research fellows will focus on the core theme of the collaboration, biodiversity and marine litter. Experts from Australia, Indonesia, Singapore, Italy, and India will share their insights and expertise during the discussion. In keeping with the spirit of sustainability, this workshop embraces the 3 R's of plastic reduction: refuse, reduce, and recycle. And we have organized an exhibition showcasing the innovative products as sustainable alternatives to plastic. We encourage you to engage with the exhibitors to learn more about this innovative and eco-friendly solution. So what do we hope to achieve by the end of this workshop? We hope that we have an improved understanding of the linkages between marine litter, climate change, and biodiversity loss. Strengthened international collaboration for marine environmental protection. Capacity building and knowledge dissemination among participants. Identification of research gaps and future direction for addressing marine environmental challenges. And most importantly, we leave the space with new connections, renewed purpose, and practical insights that can be applied in respective countries and field of work. During these 5 days, we hope to not only exchange ideas, but also build a partnership and commit actions that make a difference for our ocean and coastal communities. On behalf of the organizing committee, I welcome you once again, and thank you for being part of this international workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for articulating the clear scientific and collaborative vision for this gathering. It's a pleasure to welcome Dr. Eric Tremmel, Senior Research Scientist at the Australian Institute of Marine Science, renowned for his expertise in marine ecology and conservation planning. Now I invite Dr. Tremmel to share his remarks.
Thank you. AIMS would like to thank NCCR for the generous hosting of the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, targeting the important marine challenges of marine litter, climate change, and biodiversity. And I'd like to especially thank and acknowledge Sanitha from NCCR and Ronan from AIMS, both instrumental in co-developing the concept, vision, and roadmap over a year ago, which has brought us all here today, so thank you. It gives me great pleasure in representing AIMS at this international workshop opening, and perhaps greater pleasure for the opportunity to engage with all of you over the coming week, where we can discuss the state of science and work together to co-develop globally applicable and regionally impactful marine science outcomes. For those that don't know AIMS, we are a national, publicly funded, mission-driven marine science research institute. AIMS was established over 50 years ago to provide research and science-based knowledge that's needed to support sustainable use, effective management, and protection for Australia's unique marine resources. Of course, AIMS is quite mindful of our space and impact in the Indo-Pacific, so we are pleased to engage in the broader multinational marine challenges across the region. With offices in Perth, Darwin, and Townsville, our research focuses on high priority areas like marine biodiversity, impacts and adaptation to climate change, marine biosecurity, offshore renewables, water quality, marine plastics, ecosystem health, just to name a few. To accomplish our mission, AIMS delivers independent science to help realize 3 long-term impact goals: to improve the health and resilience of marine and coastal ecosystems, create economic, social, environmental, and net benefits to local communities and stakeholders, and to protect coral reefs and other tropical marine environments from the effects of climate change. A component of all of our work at AIMS is engaging and partnering with local communities, those that live in close connection with the seascape. In Australia, that connection between people and seascape goes back tens of thousands of years. As such, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land and where we conduct our research, and their strong connections to land, sea, and community. We respect and value their deep understanding and knowledge, as well as their rich science contributions, and I pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. Finally, a small group of us from AIMS are here in person, and many others are joining online. We're all very excited for this week and look forward to working together on these difficult regional marine challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Eric, for highlighting AIMS research activities. Your valuable insights are greatly appreciated. Dr. Balaji Ramakrishnan, Director of NIOT, is an eminent expert in coastal and port engineering. Now, I have the honor of inviting him to deliver his remarks.
Honorable Australian Consul General, Dr. George, and other dignitaries on the dais, invited experts from Australia and other parts of the globe, my dear NCCR colleagues, MOS colleague, I think singular, you are alone from Delhi, participants, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all of you. My job is really simple, of course, very short, that I supposed to just welcome you all to this institute. But nonetheless, I am also a coastal engineer by profession, by education too. Then I would like to say a few words before I conclude, welcoming you all to this beautiful campus. Well, the campus that we are all seated now is National Institute of Ocean Technology, one of the very unique institutions in the country, instituted by Ministry of Earth Sciences 30 years ago. And we call ourselves as the 4D institution, not fourth dimension, but basically the 4 different Ds. We design, we develop, we demonstrate, and we also deliver technologies to the society, mostly from the perspective of the ocean engineering. We have done that with association of NCCR in many ways, and we always call them as our sister institution, NCCR, not just by words, by spirit, I would like to tell you, because we accommodate our sister institution in this institute for many, many years. So that's the kind of spirit that we are actually having beyond the profession. We also work together a lot. And of course, in being an institution of engineering eminence, we try to give some kind of engineering solutions. There are times that we, NIOT and NCCR, have jointly played a huge role in the societal responsibilities. We have restored beaches. It could be hybrid solutions like where the soft and hard measures been put up together, or it could be protection measures, and many such engineering solutions being implemented successfully in association with the NCCR. You know very well about the strengths of NCCR, and they are very good in terms of coastal management, ecosystem development, and so on and so forth. But the subject that is going to be discussed and deliberated in this particular workshop, to some extent I am also aware of the fact that it is need of the hour in the global community I am talking about. And it is not just only the urban dumping that we are talking about. It could be fish net. I think Dr. George is going to give you, or is going to paint the picture of the ghost fish net scenario, maybe from the Indian perspective, and same would be the case anywhere in the maritime in the countries. Like I always mention, that ocean is one single resource. We just named for our convenience, except the one or two seas which are completely landlocked. Otherwise, the ocean is one single entity. So it is collective responsibility of the entire humankind, not just only the Indo-Australian Workshop, all the maritime countries' responsibility to see that there is actually a policy and there is kind of an awareness to spread out in the coastal communities that this marine litter is something very serious that we are talking about. This resource, marine resource, is not just utilized by us, but millions and millions of other species in the globe sharing the resources. So I always believe that the responsibility should be collective in nature, and all the nations should come together to bring a sustainable solution and strong community awareness spread among all the stakeholders. It could be somebody who is living and thinking that they are way beyond the coastal boundaries, hinterland. Still, they would also be contributing to some extent to the marine litter. I think obviously the coastal communities and fisher folk should be made aware of the facts. I'm sure this workshop of eminence and also eminent speakers are actually going to be expected to deliver talks. I also understand there are some talks being given online. I hope the talks are going to bring some kind of policy, or it could be even a solution for the global community and to face these challenges of coming phase. So I wish this event a grand success, and those who are coming for the first time to this institute, I request you to visit our labs. It's one of the very few institutions which basically demonstrate technology for living and non-living resources, harnessing from the marine environment in the country. So we are also responsible to implement one of the interesting and exciting mission called Deep Ocean Mission at the moment by the Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India. We are the major implementing agency. When you get time, you can go around, visit our labs, and look at the activities that NIOT has been doing in the past 3 decades of time. And we are also playing a big role in Mission Mausam. We call that as Monsoon Mission. And probably, you can get to see, what are the thought processes going on at the moment amongst our scientist colleagues to implement the mission very successfully. Welcome to you, all of you, and wish you this event very grand success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for those thoughtful remarks and your continued support. Now I kindly request Dr. Prashant Srivatsava, Scientist G and Program Officer, to say a few words.
Honorable Counsel General from Australia to Chennai, Mr. Lai, Dr. Ramnamurthy, Director NCCR, Professor Balaji, Dr. George, Dr. Eric, and distinguished guests, scientists, researchers, international collaborators. Good morning, all of you. The Ministry of Earth Sciences recognizes climate change, biodiversity loss, and marine litter as all interconnected issues, challenges which are threatening the health of our oceans, which cover not only 70% of our planet, but also support almost 50% of the global biodiversity. Statistics show that nearly 80 million metric tons of plastics enter the oceans annually, and most of it is from the land-based sources. And a significant portion of it is found around the Southeast Asian region. So we need to take measures to eliminate, adapt, and work towards this marine litter issues which is affecting our coastal ecosystems. The microplastics disrupt marine ecosystems and also endanger species which infiltrate food chains, posing risks not only to humans but also to livelihoods. The rising sea temperatures and ocean acidification are causing extreme weather events driven by climate change, which exacerbate the marine ecosystem stress. Coral bleaching, which happens not only in the Australian regions, but also the Andamans and the Lakshadweep Islands in India are also urgent climate-related areas where we need ocean governance and management issues. The ministry also collaborates, NCCR collaborates internationally not only with the Australian Institute but also with other international partners to develop technologies which are futuristic to tackle marine litter aspects, and we look forward to areas like machine learning, AI, as well as space-based systems, including satellites, drones, etc., for tackling marine litter and tracking and forecasting these, along with some R&D efforts towards biodegradable materials and waste-to-energy solutions. These are some of the areas where ministry is focused on. And India, through, I would like to highlight here that India, through the ministry, is a signatory to the Clean Seas campaign, which is one of the key areas towards building awareness and enlightenment towards marine litter. And NCCR is the lead institute which is at the forefront of this initiative. As part of this, in last couple of years, we launched a program called Swachh Sagar, Surakshit Sagar, literally meaning clean oceans and healthy oceans, which are collaborating with coastal states, universities, colleges, etc., with the civil society for management and cleaning up of beaches, which has been a very successful campaign, and it has generated a lot of momentum towards this critical problem of marine litter and how to tackle it and how to stop its wastages. It's covering not only the coastal communities, but almost 250 districts along the India's coast. Ministry is also collaborating with IOC, UNESCO, UNEP, IORA, other international bodies for shaping up global strategies and bringing up areas where we can look at global best practices for tackling marine pollution and reduction, including how to contribute towards the UN Decade of Ocean Science, where the ministry is the key leader in this area. Having mentioned this, I would also like to highlight that the East Asia Summit, which happened in 2019, actually paved the way for the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, and one of the key pillars, as alluded by Dr. Murthy also, was marine ecology. And in marine ecology, we identified marine litter as a key area to be looked at, being a transboundary issue. And we had collaborated some time back with the CSIRO from the ministry side, and also with the Singapore Ministry of Environment. It was in 21-22. We had a big workshop where a lot of countries participated online. That time travel was a bit restricted, just post-COVID, and all of them came up with their own country-specific thought processes. It was compiled and actually released as one of the key documents in one of the leadership summits subsequently as part of the East Asia Summit. So it's not a offhand activity. It's been an ongoing activity where NCCR, through its collaborative institutes, have been participating and doing this work. And a lot of material has been made available, which is there, which just needs to be pushed forward and looked at projects and thoughts which can be implementable and adaptable to the site-specific requirements. But coming to the workshop today, I must compliment Dr. Sanita, Dr. Marigoda, and all their team, and their partners from AIMS Australia, who have flown down all the way here to participate not only in today's day, but also undertake master classes over the period of next couple of days or so, and also have field visits to sites, so understand the site-specific requirements, the geographical requirements, and how the two countries can collaborate for bringing up this key issue for humankind, as mentioned by Dr. Balaji also. It's not affecting us, but also the marine biodiversity all over. I'll not speak much now. I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I wish the workshop all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your informative talk and constant support. We are privileged to have as a guest of honor Dr. Grinson George, Director of the Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute, an eminent marine scientist whose work has profoundly impacted sustainable fisheries and biodiversity management in India. I kindly invite Dr. George to address the gathering.
Thank you. Excellency and other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, good morning to all of you. Today, in this international workshop, we are handling three very relevant topics. Basically, I represent an institute, Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute, which is based at Cochin, and it is having centers from Gujarat to West Bengal, all over the peninsular India, that V-shaped part which is protruding out. And we deal with the marine fishery part. Almost 10,000 fishermen who are actively involved, and 1 million fishermen who are actively involved, and 4 million people who are indirectly involved in the fishing and related activities. So when we assess how they are doing the fishing in this region, nowadays we find that they have comparatively very less working days available. Previously they were going into the sea in a calendar year for almost 200 to 220 days, but now they are hardly going to the sea for 110 to 120 days. Climate change is playing a big role. When we give a statutory warning on cyclones, which Ministry of Earth Sciences is very strong at, it stops them from doing fishing activities. They cannot go to the sea. So a study very recently indicated that almost 90 days they are losing because of such statutory warnings of extreme events happening in the sea. Another major issue they are facing is 10 to 15% of their working days they are losing because of acute diarrheal diseases, water-associated diseases. So pollution is in the coastal areas, it is becoming so severe. So you are addressing climate change, you are addressing the pollution also, and in particular emphasis is given to plastic litter. Now, when we look into the fisheries happening in this part of the world, we generally say for most of the species, it's Indo-Pacific distribution. Most of the species here in this region, they have Indo-Pacific distribution. So this Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative clearly defines some domain where we have clear distribution of biodiversity also. Unlike the temperate waters, here in this region, in the tropical waters, we have pretty good biodiversity. On and around in our institute database, if you are seeing, almost 2,300, 2,400 species are there in the form of fishes. And in the harvestable database, we have around 1,200 of them. So we are using only 50% of our biodiversity. And that is the strength of the marine fisheries in this country, not because of very big fisheries management. Since we have diverse species available here, if a particular species is not available, the fishermen can look for a different species. They tend to change the gear. At the time when they are going into the sea, they carry around a dozen of gears with them so that they can target a species. If it's not that, they target other species. If a particular species is not available for a longer time, they don't fish for it. That's how the management is being worked out here. And because of this diversity, we had the strength in our fishery also. Never ever we had a problem of fishery collapse in this country. But of late, what is seen is like we have serious change in the marine structure and function. The species what we are seeing in our previous days, Ramu was just telling me before entering the stage, it's been 30 years of association. So I've been in this field for the last 30 years. So we just see like 30 years before, if I am diving into the sea, what I am seeing is totally different from what I am seeing now. There is serious change in the marine structure and function. The biodiversity is changing, the structure is changing. Even when the fishermen, they are going to the sea, the species they were targeting, it is also changing. Previously, we were not worried much about jellyfishes. Now we have swarms of jellyfishes coming in. And this obstructs the fishery. But at the same time, some of the species, they have market value also. So fishermen, initially they were treating jellyfish as an obnoxious species. Now they want jellyfish species-specific advisories. Pufferfish, it's increasing. Some general commercial species, it's not seen on a regular basis. We sometimes see a real drought of certain species in the sea. So climate change is playing a big role. At the same time, whatever we produce in the land, it goes to the sea. So if you look into the plastic also, the type of plastic usage, it was brought in so on to reduce the impact of cutting down the trees, we want to reduce it. So we want to use less paper, but we brought in plastic, but now plastic is creating a problem. So nationwide, there is a national task force in which we are also part of it. It's led by the Joint Secretary Fisheries. So we discuss on several modalities like how to reduce single-use plastics, nationwide ban. Some states are implementing it very successfully. But at the same time, what we have dumped into the ocean, it is still creating a problem. So how to assess all these things, how to incentivize fishermen. When they are putting nets, they are getting a lot of plastic also. So they have to bring them back to the land, and we have to have a recycling process and many things to add on. So this workshop is at the right juncture. We are discussing in detail on the Indo-Pacific issues which are happening here. I congratulate National Center for Coastal Research for taking up this topic. Last time we had an online discussion, and it is joined with Australian Institute of Marine Sciences also. Thanks for the Australian government for chipping in this opportunity. I understand that there are a lot of international participants also coming from Indonesia and Singapore. Welcome to this country and have a great deliberation. So I congratulate organizers for this wonderful workshop, which is very timely and which is very resourceful. And more details on the ghost fishing and related plastic-related initiatives I will be giving in the next session where I will be talking on that. I again thank the organizers for this opportunity. I am here because of Sanitha and Ramu, who has been constantly pursuing my itinerary. Thanks for that, and thanks Dr. Ramanamurthy and Dr. Balaji for hosting this conference. Thank you. We'll be meeting again with deliberation.
Thank you, sir, for your informative and thought-provoking address. We are honored to have with us Ms. Silai Zaki, Australian Consul General, Chennai. Ms. Zaki is a career diplomat with the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and brings invaluable strategic policy experience from across the Indo-Pacific and beyond. Now I cordially invite Ms. Silai Zaki to address the gathering.
Vanakkam, namaste, good morning and good day. Thank you to you all for coming here today. It's a great pleasure for me to be here and welcome so many Australian participants as part of this workshop. I would like to thank the Australian Institute of Marine Sciences and the National Centre for Coastal Research for organising this. I want to acknowledge the dignitaries on the dais and some of you who may be in the audience. The Australian Institute of Marine Science is a world leader in tropical marine research, expanding Australia's knowledge hidden below the surface. It provides unique insight into Australia's tropical waters and knowledge to develop globally relevant innovative research solutions. This workshop is being organised as part of the MOU signed between the NCCR and AIMS under the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative Hub. I'm confident that this 5-day event will enable some new ideas to tackle marine litter, climate change and biodiversity loss to build a resilient blue economy. Here in Chennai, at the Australian Consulate General, we are responsible for the southern maritime states of India, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and also the Union Territories of Puducherry and the Andaman and Nicobar Islands and Lakshadweep. We see a lot of commonalities between the challenges that Australia is facing and the countries in our region, as well as India. For us, maritime issues such as security, trade, ports, blue economy, or tourism are an important part of our work. It is a foundation for our focus, and this is why I'm so pleased to be here today at the workshop organised by these two organisations. I wanted to provide some remarks about the Australia-India bilateral relationship. Southern India is the closest point to Australia. I sometimes joke in our office in Chennai, because you can see the ocean, that if you look hard enough, you can see Perth out there. On a clear day, people actually look for it. We are expecting a growing maritime trade and growing relationships between Australia and India. Today's workshop is an example of that. We have a free trade agreement with India, and people who are living in India, you're seeing so many ports being developed. I think the one in Kerala that was officially opened just last week, Vinjam, is expecting so much more of the global trade and shipping to come through there. In Tamil Nadu, there's obviously Tuticorin is being expanded, and there's so many more ports here. Andhra Pradesh is looking at, I think, 7 or 8 new ports in the next few decade. So we will see a lot of that action, and we think that with the increase in trade, there will be an impact on the marine biodiversity as well. So it is timely to look at what is happening right now and the impacts of climate change that are obviously affecting all countries around the world. Last year, our Prime Ministers met in November, and they signed an agreement to reiterate their commitment to an open, inclusive, stable, prosperous, and peaceful Indo-Pacific. It is important for Australia that we underline the importance of being able to exercise rights and freedom in all seas and oceans consistent with international law, particularly the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, including freedom of navigation and overflight. Our Prime Ministers expressed a commitment to strengthening cooperation through the Quad as a force for global good, which delivers real, positive and enduring impact in the Indo-Pacific, and to advance our shared vision for a region that is open and prosperous. The Prime Ministers welcomed arrangements for enhancing maritime domain awareness and increased the reciprocal defence information sharing to deepen operational defence cooperation. We are hoping this year, when the Prime Ministers meet in Delhi later in the year, that we will be able to sign a maritime cooperation agreement. They noted the ongoing bilateral cooperation under the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative and called for enhanced cooperation in preserving maritime ecology, reducing the impact of marine pollution, and ensuring sustainable use of marine resources. I would really like you all to participate in this workshop, but also come back to government and provide new ideas and fresh thinking, because I think whilst this Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative is going well, we're always open to having the experts provide ideas and advice on what more we can do and support together in the bilateral relationship, but also through other groupings like the Quad and multilateral fora. So good luck to everyone here, and I hope you have a great couple of days together. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful address and valued support in strengthening the Indo-Pacific collaboration. To conclude this inaugural session, I kindly invite Dr. S.R. Marigowda, Scientist E and Program Coordinator, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning and greetings to all. It's my great pleasure and honor to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of National Centre for Coastal Research, Ministry of Earth Sciences and the Australian Institute of Marine Sciences I extend our heartfelt thanks to all for being part of this international workshop on marine litter, climate change, and biodiversity loss, a global challenge. First and foremost, I extend our deepest gratitude to all the distinguished guests and dignitaries for their presence and support. Our heartfelt thanks to Ms. Salai Jekai, Consul General of Australia in Chennai, Dr. Greenson George, Professor Balaji Ramakrishnan, Dr. Eric Tremmel from AIMS, and Commander Srivastavji. We are grateful to our esteemed dignitaries for their inspiring remarks and their continued support for regional and international collaboration under the Indo-Pacific Ocean initiatives. We are grateful to Dr. Ramanamurthy for his unwavering support and encouragement. We thank all our speakers, panelists, facilitators, moderators, exhibitors, and participants for being part of this workshop. NCCR, again, thanks you once again for your valuable time and encouragement, and we look forward to your continued engagement in these coming sessions. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. With this, we have come to the end of the inauguration ceremony. I kindly request everyone to please rise for the national anthem. Following the national anthem, we will have a group photo at the entrance of the auditorium. We invite you to rejoin us afterward for the first technical session and the inauguration of the exhibition. Thank you.
पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Wait. Sir, join. Join on the side. Okay, ready? Wait. Thank you.
Inside box cushioning materials. We are supplying paper tape, self-adhesive paper tape, water active paper tape, self-adhesive paper tape. There's no packing, yeah? You're selling it over. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes. Definitely it is required at home. Very also. That's right. This comes in all Amazon packs. This is a product. The waste content can be recycled and put in a solution. That is used as a packing material. This is done inside and fill the space inside the container. To our
And then what do you do with it? After these can go to animal feed, fish can eat. Can give to animal feed.
Check on the back. Okay, thank you.
Wow, yeah, right. It's pressed. Must be, we make it. Artwork as well.
So this is cost effective? How much? In $1 you can buy 60.
Right.
So no problem. So you have some good relation with Finland.
Side.
Yeah, the bottles of the ocean plastic. So every product is from, okay, this is, for example, this is from agro waste, this is the wine bottle of waste, and this one inside is the ocean plastic. And we are making like a also banana pie. Banana pie is
How much?
Instagram and we have our website and we are so every product is
Basically, we are collecting the textile waste from the factories which is going to the landfill, and we are manufacturing the cotton paper. This is 100% tree-free and chemical-free. Without any chemicals, we are manufacturing the paper.
That's amazing.
Using this, we are making the trim for maintenance of trucks. We are making the pads.
So you do it for the brand?
Yeah, we are already doing it for the business. This is the products. We are making the pads. You can see back side. The people don't know where we are.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, we recognize the award. It's a powerful statement. Yeah, it's something like a stand. Can I take one of this?
So we give you saying a part of our registration get alleged.
This is really interesting. I was visiting last month.
And not only that, it is the actually written very clearly. And you can watch it. These are last one.
Yes.
It's a mobile stand. So this is mobile stand.
That's amazing.
Then अपने office company ना, then you send it to my office.
This is actually edible biscuit. You can be used as a tea cup.
Rice flour, jaggery, and then coconut oil, ma'am.
This is also. This is what. These are the same one.
Some spoons, sir. Millets. Millets also added, ma'am.
Then after that you can eat it.
So my,
No, you can eat it. This is a biscuit. It is a biscuit.
this is called. This is a only ma'am.
Once I'm used
Yes,
to
sir. And then they eat it. Yes, ma'am.
you can consume it.
You can eat. This is also ice cream spoon, ma'am.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. The last one.
I'll take.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Hello, ma'am. Hello, Sinai. Thank you.
Yeah, please explain.
Yeah, everything that you see here is made up of landfill destined fabric scraps, offcuts from non-industrial category. Most of Indians also are not aware of this particular category. This is the kind of waste we get in the non-industrial, residential, domestic, small tailoring shops which are called boutique shops, and where mostly traditional clothing is getting bespoke tailoring calls it. And that's the way scrap ends up in landfills in every city, every part of India. So, and nobody is taking a look at it. I had to look at it because I saw it ending up in landfill. I did a waste map, so I traced it, and I'm going. And I've saved like 1,700 kgs. After seeing the possibilities out of the waste, all these are possibilities. This is, with a 2-inch piece, we can make a keychain like this. So I'm going to make this as a livelihood project, approaching some NGOs to where I can have the opportunity of bringing below poverty people out of the poverty line with waste to value for livelihood and climate action, killing all the 4 verticals. And the SDGs that this falls into is SDG 11, 12, 13, 5, and 1 is what I'm thinking of. Yeah, and it can be, sometimes we use it like this. And here's one special item. This is what I would urge you to read up this. I've taken a lot of time to prepare this. By saving 1700 kg so far, we have consumed at least 7 lakh liters of water. This is God certified cotton. A fellow entrepreneur was selling this to landfills. I saved 200 kgs and made one of the products we tried is reusable washable face wash.
Right.
Yeah, and this is a very good alternative to single-use cotton ball, which takes 1 gram of cotton ball takes at least 10 liters of water. I'm reading a lot of research papers to get to these facts actually. So, and then when I realized that single use, wipe it off and then throw it to the environment, damage to the air, land and water. Rather than that, you can use this. With every use, you are saving 9 liters of water despite wasting 1 liter in washing. So, anyone who likes this, I'd like to give you one piece, all of you please. Is that okay?
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
For you. Give you.
Please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Please use it and give me the feedback.
Same way.
அவ்வளோதான் வரும் இங்கிட்ட ஒன்றும் இல்லை இங்கிட்டு தான் ஸ்டாலுக்கு சுற்றி வராங்க இங்கே பாருங்க இந்த இடம் இப்படி தான் காட்ட முடியும் ரெடி அவ்வளோதான் வந்துடலாமா அங்கே ஒவ்வொருத்தரையும் ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு அது ஒரு சிங்கிள் வீடியோ எடுத்துக்கலாம் எல்லாத்தையும் ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணி சிங்கிள் வீடியோ எடுத்துக்கலாம் பிரேக் கிடைச்சா
This is actually mandate of NCCR, which is actually being the basically the scientific services. We work in mostly 4 countries.
Scientist at AIMS is an expert in marine ecology and spatial connectivity, guiding regional conservation strategies. I now invite Dr. Galaiduk and Dr. Trimmel for their joint presentation on transnational plastics oscillation case studies.
Thank you. Let me just see if I can work this one, since this being the first presentation. I just wanted to ask all of you that are here and online as well, we're trying to actually understand the range of people that are here today and learn a little bit about who are the people that are attending this. So it's possible, please scan this QR code. We're going to be putting this through few days in a row, and just to try to understand who is attending and who is interested. There is a few questions about who you are. We are not asking names and surnames. We're just mostly trying to understand who are the people that are actually involved with the workshop and your, I guess, area of expertise and what types of interest we're capturing, and if we can expand or talk a bit more. If you're online as well, please, if you attend or listening to this, please go to this link and just submit it. You will see this a few more times coming through. But just moving on to our presentation today, I'll start my presentation and then I'll move to Eric's. We're running a little bit late, so I'll try not to speak too fast or forget too many things. But generally, I think we all would agree that these days marine litter is a very important caveat to marine environments and overall global environments. It's impacting pretty much every aspect of human health and biodiversity and general marine and terrestrial ecosystems. It's found everywhere, basically from highest mountains to deepest oceans. And the main problem is if we continue as it is, the impact will just keep increasing because we're producing more and more plastics. So these, as I said, there is various types of impacts. It's ghost nets, which is obviously very heavy, multiple tons of impact individually, and two microplastics that are just biodegraded sort of parts of plastics, and they're impacting pretty much every type of marine environment. Here are some pictures you can see from coastal Australia, but also all over the world, that basically demonstrates this plastic in water, coastal environments affecting animals through entanglement and ingestion, which could be often lethal because of that, but also deepest Mariana Trench and other deep environments also affected by this. More importantly, it also impacts the climate change because production and recycling or burning those plastic materials, debris, are basically uses and it releases greenhouse gas impacts as well. So generally speaking, this whole process of creating and dumping plastics in the marine environment costs billions of dollars to national and overall global economies. Typical way of trading plastics, which exists actually between countries, is when high-income countries such as Australia and others as well, shipping the plastics that they produce or consume to lower to medium-income countries for recycling, where cost of labor and those processes are much cheaper. So basically, you can see here some statistics that we pulled from UN trade statistics from a few years ago, but generally it demonstrates that on the left there most of the high-income countries producing a lot of plastic, but most of the polluters or emitters are the countries of the Southeast Asia that actually generally emitting those plastics into the environment. And the reason is not to blame anybody, of course, but is generally these countries are already struggling to recycle their own materials, and by receiving additional materials from overseas, and sometimes over low quality types of materials and plastics, they just cannot recycle and they cannot stand in the overall stress of doing this, so they basically either abandon this, or if it's a low quality bales, they just send it back to original countries. So this kind of loop is just being ongoing, and oftentimes also if a recycling facility just bankrupt or are not able to process, they just abandon this. So you can see this in some of those pictures. Basically just warehouses full of recycled materials that hasn't been processed. So a few years ago, colleagues and myself, we looked into this for Australia in terms of this, the plastic waste trade, and also some of the patterns that we tried to understand. So who is actually Australia is dealing with, and how does this happen? So we actually, there is the paper, I guess, a link and the QR code as well to that one, so you can read that. But generally we looked who is Australia is trading with. So those larger circles identify countries all over the world that we're actually shipping our recycled materials for recycling. And you can see the bigger bubbles obviously indicate the main countries of that Southeast Asia that we are dealing with, and that figure on the bottom summarizes the proportions of those receivers. So primarily we're shipping our materials to Malaysia and Indonesia, our closest neighbors, I guess, and trading partners. However, plastics exchange between countries not only through the trade, which is the organized, I guess, way of doing this, it also happens through the mismanaged waste, which is probably why we're here all today. So typically some materials introduced in big quantities, but there is also an issue of weathering and degradation over time. So tracking those across oceans and global environments is really hard. So there is a few attempts over the years to try to model this and understand those dynamics. So all of those little models represent dynamics. If you release those particles, the ocean plastics, in one country, due to ocean circulation patterns, due to hydrodynamics, it can, with time, over 10 years period, which is indicated in those bottom two figures, it can actually reach completely different continents and cross oceans, which is what summarizes this issue for all of us. So equally in that same paper I mentioned before, we actually looked, so what happens into those mismanaged waste. So we tried to model that as well and understand who are the countries that are impacting us, Australia, and who are we impacting. So this is a global study, and it's primarily concentrates on looking at the exclusive economic zones, so the marine plastics crossing between exclusive economic zones. So where are they coming from and where are they going to in terms of Australia? And again, the red colors here are demonstrating who Australia is receiving from, and the blue ones are representing where our plastics are possibly going. And there's obviously a lot of different caveats and other metrics to consider, but at the end of the day, we can definitely identify that the most impact on us is coming from Indonesia, and we are impacting New Zealand. Those patterns are kind of make sense to us at least, and again, they vary between different sides of Australia and different states in Australia. But the proximity of Indonesia geographically, it's obviously very clear to Australia, but also the ocean hydrodynamics as well that are impacting the north and northwest Australia quite strongly. So indicating that basically if we are shipping to them and they release a lot of mismanaged waste back to us due to lots of those processes I mentioned, we probably need to talk to each other and try to resolve that. But this is kind of informs us even where to start and how to consider these aspects. The other side of this coin, I guess, it's also understanding how the recycling and management waste reduction methods are impacting local environments. So this is a recent study as well from Tasmania and Australia in general that indicates that at the local scale at least, various types of waste reduction methods could work. So it initially was surveyed and understood that it's about 71% of plastic are a litter on the beach in Australia could be plastic, but then through the various measures of waste reduction and disposal, such as the various recycling schemes and cleanup events, we can actually reduce the impact by 29%. So this is good news, but this particular, I guess, recycling study doesn't, or in general, the idea of recycling doesn't really address the main issue of actually new plastics being created all the time. And I oftentimes use this analogy as it's an ambulance in the bottom of the cliff, a recycling scheme. Just because you already created the issue, end up being somewhere, so there is this recycling that can help you, but you're still producing new plastics every day en masse. So over the years, there were lots of initiatives to deal with different types of plastic pollution that Australia is a signatory to. These are summarized here basically, so we've got more than 50, 60 years now of history of signature to different types of like a marine pollution, like MARPOL, UNCLOS, that Australia is signatory. Lots of times the main problem with this, it only deals with specific types of pollution rather than as an umbrella, a marine pollution altogether. In addition to that, I guess lots of those, as you can see, they're non-binding. So basically it's a gesture of goodwill, but there is no actual measured ways of dealing with this and you know, also policing this to an extent. So clearly the next stage becomes, okay, so that means we do need a global treaty. And back into 2022, there was 175 countries that under UN initiative decided to work on this treaty. So since then, it's been a few years now, and this next article on your right indicate that basically there is still a lot of disagreements, and it's obviously makes sense if you get 175 people in the room and everybody has an opinion, it's really hard to make it. Everybody agrees. So we, right now, the most recent pushback was from all those countries that are actually still producing new plastics. So their argument is concentrating on the recycling. Recycling is great, don't get me wrong, as we demonstrated, it could reduce pollution. But if you look at the global statistics of that, essentially only about 9% of global plastic, and it's a little bit maybe outdated statistic, perhaps it's a little bit more these days, but essentially only 9% of globally produced plastic is recycled. A higher proportion of that, about 29%, is actually being mismanaged, which means end up in the environment. So recycling works, it's great, but the main aspect of this is reducing at the source, which means basically stop producing new plastics. This same sentiment is replicated through climate change research and studies that also demonstrates that carbon emissions, reducing emissions is the best way of dealing with any type of climate change related impacts rather than restoration efforts, just because it's just easier. Unlike the climate change, the plastic pollution one is probably easier to curb and address because, as this report at least indicates, it's only about 20 companies that are globally represented and creating plastic wastes, the majority of plastic waste essentially. Typically it's multinational conglomerates that have various types of interest, and so they on one side maybe decarbonize the production of oil or similar materials, but actually double down on the new plastic production, just basically to balance their books. So if it's only 20 companies, it's much easier to address, unlike some of the climate change related metrics. So I will conclude here and just summarize. So realistically also, the true magnitude and fate of plastic pollution is still unclear. Even though we're studying this, we're trying to understand. Lots of it is related to ocean is big, lots of places not even surveyed yet, so we don't even know what the scale of impact of plastics. More importantly, through all that biodegradation and slowly it becomes smaller and smaller, it's really hard to even track it, so you can't really understand whether the sinks or where the plastics are really actually impacting and what type of impact they're creating. Although, again, the best way to deal with this and reducing it is systemic improvement to existing national laws, policies, practices, and global as well. So we still should try to have those conversations about how to reduce and do it at a global level. In terms of Australia, at least our understandings where it's basically improve our facilities for recycling, improve our waste segregation and recycling methods. Basically, this whole pollution is the way of people made through the people living and using those plastics. So if we actively will decide to not consume any new plastics, and just now here in the back we saw so many amazing examples of how to do this, how to not consume new plastics, it will be really very impactful as well. So that will be the main first step to kind of try to curb all of this. And lastly, for Australia in general, and I presume will be for many other countries, is talk to your closest neighbors. So it's not a blame game, it's not anything against anybody, you just mostly understand where the pollution comes from, what are the reasons behind it, and what are the sources of this, and just try to maybe through some measures either contribute as a high-income countries to the recycling schemes in those other countries, or at least have a conversation about how we can help and reduce this pollution altogether. So I'll move now to Eric's talk, which will give another aspect of this, is it's actually tracking all of this, some of those pollutions, and understanding how to deal with this. So I'll move now to Eric, and he will take it from here.
Thanks, Ronan. That was a great global perspective of the overall kind of policy framework and regulatory environment of marine plastics, and that message of working together across jurisdictional boundaries is really essential. I know we're running a bit behind time. What I'm going to do is take a bit of a deep dive into marine plastic dynamics and modeling in a very structured, I guess, decision framework across the Indo-Pacific. And what I need to do is highlight a brilliant PhD student of mine, Yuta Baer, and some colleagues at the University of Melbourne. This is one of her dissertation chapters. She completed her dissertation just earlier this year. So if you have any really hard questions, reach out to Yuta. So what I plan to do is kind of walk through kind of a broad perspective of the marine debris context with respect to the Indo-Pacific, and then highlight some of the really key elements of the structured decision-making framework. And then I'll highlight some of our spatially explicit dynamic modeling approaches to understand the pathways of marine plastic, and then highlight through a series of maps some of the social ecological impacts and perhaps a way forward. As Ronan mentioned, and as all of you likely know, it's a massive problem. Projected to be around $20 billion several years ago, to potentially increase to over $400 billion in 2050. That's the broad scale global impact per annum. But what I find a little bit more confronting is the impact on ecosystem services, estimated at around 5% per year. I think there's quite growing social, ecological challenges with respect to marine litter, marine debris, plastics, ghost nets, et cetera, and particularly around the Indo-Pacific. I'll highlight that more in a bit. But I think it's interesting to note that it's not an unsurmountable problem. 90% of the global plastics pass through a small handful of rivers. Okay, 122 rivers or so. And of course, there's direct social and ecological impacts. We're finding plastics at all depths of the ocean. We'll hear some talks on that from some experts tomorrow, I believe. And there's impacts on many, many species and ecosystems. And it's impacting coastal values, ecosystem health, and human health. But a lot of science is progressing. We have a pretty clear understanding on the volumes of plastic and understanding some of those pathways. We're gaining a better understanding of how plastic accumulates through trophic levels and across the environment. And there's improved technologies for removing plastics. And again, we're going to hear some really innovative solutions to that particular problem this week as well. But of course, more work is needed. I think we need to understand some of the geographically explicit pathways from sources to destinations. I think we really need to think about the challenge in terms of the social and ecological complexities, and then through a very structured framework, discuss and find solutions that will no doubt involve trade-offs. And I think one important element that keeps me up at night is reflecting on how we can accommodate feasibility in terms of the sheer cost, in terms of time and cash, but also the geopolitical will in solving some of these problems. This will be my only slide in structured decision making. I suspect many or several of you are aware of this very structured way of thinking and quantifying management problems. And I'm just going to highlight a couple key elements of this SDM approach. The first is articulating clear, quantifiable, and value-based objectives, something that you can measure and something that you can track through time or through monitoring. For example, a goal might be minimizing plastic volume in rivers, or minimizing the number of communities impacted, perhaps minimizing the cost of intervention, or maximizing the global feasibility, something that you can put an equation behind effectively. But what's essential is creating meaningful, measurable, and sensitive consequences to those management objectives. And this requires data, which a lot of you are contributing to, includes clever analysis to look at spatial temporal patterns, but I believe it also includes a predictive modeling framework to allow us to ask what-if scenarios in terms of different management options and try to get a better sense of what's happening in the future. And it's that modeling perspective which I'll highlight here in a bit. So in this paper that Yuta led, we focused on all of the rivers across this Indo-Pacific region. This included 680 plus rivers across this broad seascape, modeling 700,000 tons of plastic, and tracking individual virtual plastic particles as it moves through the seascape for up to a maximum drift time of 60 days. For this particular work and proof of concept, we focused on the high flow seasons between June and September using a 20-year, 3-hourly time series data from the global HICOM model. We looked at the downstream impact of potential plastic accumulation across 4,500 receiving habitat cells like reefs, mangroves, and general coastlines that coastal communities are living among. And those were aggregated up to 540 sites. This is quite a complex geopolitical landscape, includes 20 plus different jurisdictions. But to reflect back on that structured decision-making framework, we included 14 value-driven impact metrics, which I'll highlight briefly in a moment. So that general modeling pipeline consists of gathering empirical data on the behavior, if you will, of plastics, where they occur, what the buoyancy is, are there windage values that influence where that plastic may travel, and then embedding that in a very spatially explicit or mapped geographic framework. We then use some relatively simple math to quantify the dispersion potential of those virtual plastic as they leave those river mouths to predict where that plastic may accumulate on some downstream sites. And then in a numerical and network-based framework, we can ask questions about where are the dominant source destination pathways, what's the influence of individual sources on how many destinations, as well as take kind of that network perspective to ask questions about if you have a particular coastline, a beach, or a protected area, asking what upstream environments might be most impacting that site of interest. I'm not going to dwell on this too much, but this really outlines our individual source-based and destination-based metrics for understanding the impact from a river source and on destinations. And it includes per source river, total export and relative export of plastics, as well as a relative impact on all downstream sites. And again, those downstream sites are mangroves, rivers, and key ecological features. So that's a source river perspective, but on the other hand, you have a destination or a receiving site perspective. So if you have a particular coastline or protected area that you're interested in, it's kind of turning that equation around and asking what are the upstream influences. Now that sounds very similar, but the impact and the insights are quite different. So you can look at which rivers are most impacting your destination or your beach or MPA of interest, as well as understanding the relative influence on the different habitat types, like reefs or mangroves or seagrass beds. So I won't explain, I guess, more of the math behind these, and I'll highlight kind of those details in the paper, and happy to discuss those later. But some of the broad impacts. It turns out that after 60 days, 95% of the modeled plastic across this domain remained in the seascape. It remained adrift. That means only 5% of those 700,000 tons of plastic ended up on some downstream environment. But we were able to map over 120,000 plastic pathways, which included 35,000 tons of plastic. And it turns out that 30% of those downstream environments received over a ton of plastic per annum. That's a very significant amount of potential impact on downstream environments. Unfortunately, there's no single best solution to minimize impact on downstream sensitive ecological habitat. There is massive variability at the regional scale, and the strongest contributor of plastic doesn't necessarily minimize the most impact on downstream sites. So the seascape context, those spatial dynamics, where you're located in the seascape matters. But through this decision-making structured framework, we can highlight key sites and optimal ranking across all 14 objectives. And it allows managers to sit down and reflect on your key values to identify which rivers and which sites demand your attention. In this table, I simply highlight that a single river is quite easy to identify as being the largest contributor in a seascape, but it doesn't necessarily relate to that which is impacting the most sites, for example, downstream. Of course, we can do this across all sites, downstream sites, and all sources of rivers. And this table just gives you some of the context and the texture that seascape matters. Your priorities and your values are examples down the metric column, but which river you would turn to clean up, for example, completely changes depending on your individual or site-specific value. So going back to that structured decision-making framework, quantifying your objective is critical. And this is just some of the examples of the transnational or transjurisdictional flows that Ronan mentioned. For some of these rivers, the output and the downstream impact of plastics is spread across 10 or more international boundaries, and the flow of those plastics is quite complex. So that in itself highlights the need to start talking to one another and having a better understanding of these transnational pathways of plastics. It turns out that across this seascape, around 30 of the top polluting rivers are distributed across around 7 countries. So again, geographic complexities. And like I mentioned, there's quite disproportional contributions to those downstream impacts. But I guess highlighting the geopolitical feasibility is essential and needs to be considered throughout the entire life cycle of plastic. And I think it really highlights some key opportunities, I think, and something that Ronan mentioned, and I suspect will be a key topic of discussion over this week. So this is my last slide, where I'm just going to highlight, I guess, some of the key trade-offs that I think are worth considering when we start discussing kind of management strategies for marine plastics. The first is the trade-off between reducing total plastic export from a source versus reducing downstream impact. And it might be counterintuitive, but they're not synonymous. And making sure that your management objectives are clear and tuned and transparent is essential. And of course, putting that in the context of socioeconomic costs and benefits is essential. The second trade-off is between reducing social or community-based impacts based on population and habitat use versus maximizing biodiversity benefits. It's rare to find solutions that benefit biodiversity and local population centers. There are solutions in that space, but it's difficult. And I think just elevating this potential trade-off in the conversation is really important. Finally, coming back to the broad scale cost and feasibility, and really the feasibility around geopolitical will, transnational conversations, and international alignments. I think at quite a broad scale, we simply need broader communication and improved waste plastic management across the entire cycle, from production to use and to where it enters and where it goes in the environment. And with that, I'll thank you, and again, point you towards Utah's paper. Thank you.
Due to lack of time, we will take one question from the audience. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Galaiduk and Dr. Tremel. You have a question? Yes, sir.
I think the data, the mismanaged data that is entering to the ocean, how you are going to calibrate it? What is the best way to calibrate, and how you are going to quantify that? I am still, there is a lot of controversy in that data part. So how we can do that?
Yeah, that's a great question around calibrating essentially what is those global sources of total volume. And I think that comes down to local scale partnerships and opportunities like this, right? Because and I didn't have time to mention the sensitivity analysis that we completed around the volume of entering, where it sits in the water column. There's a lot of, well, devil's in the detail on what we do, but I think the key point is talking in this type of forum around understanding what data we believe, what data we don't believe, and what's the pathway for improving those data sources. But it's good that you question the data that's going in because there are idiosyncrasies.
Just same question, just I'll add. While doing the modeling work, you have shown that there is a movement of, there are a lot of studies. But how to validate the accumulations of plastics on the coast or dumping? Is there any validation?
Yeah, validation is a great question, and I think something that I'd like to take up because it takes a while to I guess get down into the details. The short answer is I think there are opportunities through kind of chemical analysis pathways, perhaps through genetics, but to truly validate models like that is very, 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 very difficult.
Yes.
But you can validate elements of a model to build a weight of evidence around some of the patterns.
One more also in modeling also there are a lot of, the settling of this marine plastics also matters. Or due to weathering, they will settle down and decompose and settle. So whether that is also taken part in your modeling?
No.
No.
Yeah, no, we it's a simple proof of concept on potential trajectories, but there's a lot of nuances that we simply had to ignore to make the problem at this very high level solvable. So there are many, many problems and nuances to some of the predictions that we made. So no doubt it doesn't appropriately describe what's truly happening in the seascape. But I think some of the geospatial patterns at a broad scale are believable. But the nuances of how that plays out across localized geographies certainly are not. It's a hard problem.
It's a pure Lagrangian transport, right?
Yes and no.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Raunan and Dr. Tremel, for the thoroughly insightful and engaging presentation. Your expertise has provided us valuable perspective on this pressing global issue. The next talk, titled Ghost Fishing Gears, A Threat to the Marine Ecosystem and Biota in India, will be presented by Dr. Grinzan George, Director of CMFRI Kerala, who is a leading marine scientist in fisheries, oceanographic, and marine biodiversity management. We are honored to have him here today, and I kindly invite Dr. Grinzan George to deliver his talk.
Thank you for the opportunity. So I'll be touching into the topic, and ghost fishing is not so quantified also. Since Sanida asked me to present on this topic, we have some observations on ghost fishing, what is happening in the Indian context, and we'll be presenting those aspects. I think the presentation can be loaded. We regularly undertake some of the surveys, and most of the slides which are shown is out of those results, and some of the activities we are doing as part of the marine debris activity, what all activities CMFRI was involved. So that will be presented. Waiting for the slides to come. Okay, till the slides come, as I indicated in the talk, my institute's name is Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute. It's an autonomous organization coming under Indian Council of Agricultural Research. We have around 114 institutes. This institute is headquartered at Cochin. And we have a center in Chennai also. We have 11 centers across all peninsular India. Okay, so the topic has come here. Ghost fishing gears, a threat to marine ecosystem and biota. This is the collective effort of some of my scientists whom I have been joining hands as head of division of marine biodiversity and environment before becoming director of CMFRI. So when we look into the threats to marine biodiversity, this is how globally people prioritize it. Climate change is the major one now. Overexploitation is happening to those species which are commercially relevant. Pollution and waste, in which all this marine plastic litter and all those things come. IUU fishing, illegal, unregulated and unreported fishing. Unsustainable or destructive fishing. Loss, degradation of habitat. Invasive species diseases. Some of these things are interlinked also. But this is the progressive way in which people are thinking that these are the major threats to marine biodiversity. Now coming to the pollution and waste per se, what is happening? When pollution is happening in the aquatic environment, sometimes the organisms which are residing in this environment, they are confused these waste with food. They consume it and it can create problem. So continuous consumption of some unwanted toxic material or waste, it can create biomagnification and bioaccumulation. See, in this case, the one fish is represented with two different colors. When the level of mercury, biomagnification, how it is happening, bioaccumulation, how it is happening. In case of PCBs, if it is going into the primary food chain, how it is getting transferred into the different levels and reaching high-end predators. At the same time, some gears, when they are continuously abandoned in the sea, it can create something called ghost fishing. Why the term ghost fishing? Because if a particular gear is in the sea for a long time, if fish or other organisms come there and it creates a lot of problems for them, it gets entangled, it remains live for some time, struggles, die, and the skeleton remains there. And when we look into those areas, it looks like a typical ghost which is creating some problem there. So we call it as ghost fishing. Now coming to the major culprit, marine debris. In marine debris, the definition clearly says that persistent, manufactured or processed solid material discarded, disposed of or abandoned in the marine and coastal environment. So this is what definition says. And whether it is present in all marine habitats? Yes. From densely populated regions to remote points far from humans also it is observed. It can be beaches where people can constantly be in interaction, and up to shallow waters where the fishing pressure and related activities are more, but it's seen even in the deep ocean trenches also. And this is perceived as a threat to biodiversity due to the abundance of marine debris, its durability and persistence. The density varies largely from place to place, especially there is a lot of difference in the density of this marine debris. It is influenced by the anthropogenic activities, people's disturbances, hydrological conditions, the currents, because in the previous speaker, they were mentioning about how they can model things like hydrological and meteorological conditions, geomorphological entry points, and the physical characteristics of the debris items. Basically, if you look into the materials, what we are seeing in this debris, it can be made of glass, metal, paper, and plastic. On an average, every year, it's around 20 million metric tons of plastic litter. People say that it is expected to increase significantly up to 2040. Whatever measures we are doing, it is sufficient enough to have a significant increase up to 2040. Now, looking into the types I mentioned, plastic, they come from polymers mostly. It includes things from fishing nets, the ropes which are using for fishing gears, buoys, and other fisheries related equipment. But the plastic in the sea is not only from the activities which are ocean related. Whatever is seen in the land is coming into the sea. I told in the initial talk. So consumer goods such as plastic bags, plastic packaging, plastic toys, tampon applicators, nappies, smoking related items such as cigarette butts, lighters and cigar tips, plastic resin pellets, all microplastic particles which we see in the land is seen in the sea also. Metals includes drink cans, aerosol cans, foil wrappers and disposable barbecue. Glass including bottles, bulbs, all those categories. Processed timber including pellets, crates and particle boards. Paper and cardboard including carton, cups and bags. Rubber including tires, balloons and gloves. Clothing and textiles including shoes, furnishing, towels. Everything is part of marine debris. What is the impact of this on the marine biodiversity? First is the environmental impact. It is really affecting the marine life. As the presentation progresses, you will be seeing like how it is getting synergetically involved in the ecosystem. Often we are finding that it is not only creating negative effects, it is creating positive effects also in some places. It is affecting the shipping in many ways and potentially transporting contaminants also. Plastics generally, it's a global concern. That's why this workshop is there. Alongside climate change and ocean acidification. We consider climate change and ocean acidification as major threats, but plastics definitely is at par with all of them and affects numerous species and ecosystem. If it is affecting species, we try to see like what is the quantification possible. The entanglement and ingestion part, at least in the surveys clearly 663 species have reported this, including sea turtles, marine mammals and seabirds. Discarded fishing gear is a major cause, leading to injuries, impairments and sometimes death. Notable impacts on endangered species also. These things transport other chemicals, which includes the toxins which can be adsorbed or which is self-containing also. Microplastics, due to their smaller size and large surface area, are particularly efficient in transporting these contaminants that leads to potential bioaccumulation and ecotoxicological effects. Apart from all these things, the fourth major one is habitat destruction through smothering. Like some of the gears, it goes into some sensitive ecological areas, it creates smothering, entanglement and abrasion, particularly affecting benthic and pelagic environment. Derelict fishing gear and debris can destroy coral reefs, seagrass beds and other sensitive marine habitats. Long-term ecological damage is envisaged in different ecosystems. Floating plastics, they transport alien species also to the ecosystem, creating biodiversity loss and species extinction. Where do this ocean plastic come from? The study clearly indicates that 80%, as I said, it's from the land-based sources. 20% is from ocean-based sources. If we say ocean-based, it is like fishing, shipping, and aquaculture. 94% of this plastic pollution in Mediterranean is macroplastics still, but microplastic is always significant. Land-based microplastics, the majority comes from the land-based agricultural practices. In agriculture, a lot of plastic inputs are there. For example, polyethylene sheets and all. They are fragments from weathering, biosolids and sewage sludge. All these come to the ocean plastics. Sewage, the domestic sewage, whatever is seen in the sea also. The sewage contains microfibers from textiles, microplastics from personal care products, and degraded consumer products. 80% of microplastics entering treatment system remain in residual sewage sludge. Microplastics can persist in soil for more than 100 years due to low light and oxygen conditions. Coming to the plastics from fishing gears. Fishery sector, definitely it's one of the contributors to marine plastics. 20% of plastic in ocean is from abandoned, lost or discarded fishing gear. We acronym it as ALDFG. Abandoned, lost or discarded fishing gear. In this ALDFG, it contains, the UNEP defines it as multitude of nets, lines, traps and other commercial or recreational fishing equipment that has been lost, abandoned or otherwise discarded in the marine environment. This can end up as target and non-target fishing indiscriminately for a long time once it is dumped into the sea. In general, cotton-based material, they take only 2 to 3 months. But when it comes to nylon, it takes as good as 500 to 600 years. So you can imagine the type of problems. The ghost fishing, it is leading to incidental catch of target and non-target organisms, including endangered and protected species. ALDFG gears damage the sensitive ecosystems. It is more pronounced in case of India in the eastern coast, the coast where we are having this conference, the eastern coast, particularly in the states of Orissa, Tamil Nadu, and Andhra Pradesh. This is because there are significant nesting beaches in these locations. That's why this area is very much pronounced. And if you look into the gear contribution, gill nets are the major culprits. 76.5% of the incidental turtle catch come from gill nets. Empowered Committee of the Supreme Court, the apex court in the government of India, in 2003 recommended that banning of gill nets should be there within 5 kilometers, very near to the coastal areas, nearby the 3 mass nesting beaches for 3 months, at least during the breeding season, this should be banned. Now coming to the ghost gear itself, this is any fishing equipment that has been abandoned, lost or discarded in aquatic environment, including oceans, rivers and lakes. This includes fishing nets, ropes, monofilament lines, traps and hooks. Once it is getting separated from the fishing vessels, this gear is generally used by the fishing vessels to catch a target species. Once it gets separated and it is abandoned into the ecosystem, it continues to ghost fish, it continues to fishing it doesn't stop fishing, indiscriminately capturing and killing marine life while drifting with ocean currents or sinking to the seabed. How does fishing gear get lost to the sea? We did a survey and we could find that around 450 fishers, they told that it is because of bad weather, tides and strong currents, majorly attributing to gear loss. Sometimes when they are doing trawl fishing and related activities, it gets caught on seabed. Lines also get caught on seabed and pods. Gill nets, it's a very passive gear. It's kept in the water and the fishes will get entangled in that net. This gill nets are getting disturbed by the marine traffic. It's a stagnant net kept passively for the fish to come and entangle in it. So when marine traffic is happening, it is disturbing the gill net. So marine traffic and the interferences from other fishing gear creates a lot of problem for the gill net fishers, and it creates loss of gill nets into the sea. What are the real impacts of this lost gear and ghost fishing? Lost or abandoned nets can drift and entangle marine species or sink to the seabed where they can smother or destroy habitats. Washed up nets put shorebirds and other coastal species at risk of entanglement. This is very important because when we looked into the data, this shorebirds played a big role when the nets washed ashore. The unselective capture of marine species by ghost gear also harms efforts to fish sustainably, reducing population size without contributing to food production. Globally, around 0.5 to 1 million tons fishing gear discarded or lost annually. This is when India's annual fish production is around 3.5 million tons only. You can see like globally, 1/3 of it, and India's number 2 in the fish production. So around 0.5 to 1 million tons fishing gear discarded or lost annually. Fishing waste threatens 66% of marine animals as per WWF estimates. Entangle and mortality of different marine species. Initially, I was also thinking like it is mostly creating problem for the fish. But when we looked into the data, segregated data, it clearly indicates that 35% of the proportion is seabirds, 27% is fish, 20% is invertebrates, and 13% is marine mammals, and 5% reptiles. When ingested, this fishing equipment can cause gastrointestinal perforation, obstruction, sepsis, toxicity, and starvation in animals. Lost gear really contribute to plastic pollution. 10 to 20% comes from lost or abandoned gears and vessels. 2.5% of all fishing gear is lost annually. 2.5% is totally lost annually. If you look into the estimate, it is 78,000 kilometers square of nets, 25 million pots and traps, 740,000 kilometer long lines. You can imagine like how much it is. The breakdown of ocean plastic impact the health of the marine organisms and ecosystem, and they transport invasive species and diseases across ocean. Coming to the Indian scenario in specific, Indian scenario also, there are a lot of complex fishing mechanism existing in the country, and because of this, there is a significant environmental threat impacting marine and freshwater ecosystems. The report clearly shows that, Gunashekaran et al. In 2024, it's a recent publication, they show that there are 144 entanglement incidents involving 35 species, 13 of which are listed as vulnerable. Now coming to the ghost fishing gears, They have been, I told, birds, shore birds come a major proportion along with reptiles, aquatic invertebrates and other things. 98% of these entanglements are attributed to fisheries-derived litter, such as nets and lines. Specific studies have done in ecosystems which are very sensitive. For example, Ganga is a very precious river for Indians. In Navami Ganga plan, people have been assessing from upstreams to the coastal waters. Same way it was done in Vembanad Lake, a important coastal ecosystem in Kerala. We are in the banks of Vembanad. Our headquarters is in the bank of Vembanad. So such ghost fishing gears were documented in such studies. Lost gill nets retaining their fishing efficiency for extended periods, further exacerbating ecological damages, is a global issue. As an institute, we have taken some initiatives. We started funding based on our in-house funding mechanisms. We looked into the marine litter from different maritime states and coastal districts in India. Up to district and taluk level, we have categorized all this marine litter as per the UNEP criteria. Based on these findings, our institute has developed an interactive map on marine litter status of Indian beaches. It was made and published in 2017 and going on regular updation. This map is available in CMOFRI website. This is an opportunity for you to go to our website and see the marine litter status web interaction map. So we have classified the Indian beaches in different color codes according to the level of beach litter. The hyperlink is given. Some other initiatives I told about: the Vembanad ecosystem, the surface micro litter distribution, meso litter and macro litter distributions have been mapped for the entire lake. Some other initiatives are on the amount of marine litter which are seen in the fishing grounds. Marine plastic litter in different fishing grounds along the Indian coast. Basically, more pressure is seen up to 50-meter depth, so we have looked into this area. When we look into the mean values of marine plastic litter from the fishing grounds, the maximum was seen in Gujarat coast of Veravel. It was around 55.2 kilogram per kilometer square. And the minimum was of Visakhapatnam along Andhra coast, around 2.1 kilogram per kilometer square, with a national average of 10.95 kilogram per kilometer square. Now look into the relative percentage of marine plastic litter over the fish catch. The highest again, as the previous figure indicated, it was in Veravel, 3.83%, and the lowest was in Visakhapatnam, 0.33%, with a national average of 1.89% MPL over fish catch. If you look into the season, monsoon season registered maximum MPL in the fishing grounds of all coastal regions we studied. Depth of trawling grounds also influenced the quantity of MPL. That 20-meter depth registered highest quantity. Now, this is a persistent problem. We have to have some initiatives to tide over this problem. We have created awareness among fisher groups, community-aided programs. When they are doing fishing activity, plastic is coming into the nets. If the plastic is coming into the nets instead of fish, there is no incentive for them to carry this back to the land. If they throw back into the sea, it remains there and it creates further pollution. So we try to incentivize some of the activities. If they are bringing these plastics into the landing centers along with the fish, we started giving them some price so that these plastics can be taken by some organizations which can do recycling efforts. But the problem is like the type of remuneration we could give as an institute was much less. But still some fishermen, knowing the importance of this, they were carrying the plastics and it was running for some point of time. You can see for different gears we have the data sets available. The annual average plastic in Dolnet was around 6%. We are regularly monitoring all the fish landing centers in India. For the Government of India, this is the only institute which is doing the estimate of the trips made by the fishermen and the catch they are bringing back. So our people are there in the landing centers. So engagement of fishers in plastic debris in Kochi Fishing Harbour, one of the major harbour near to our institute. This is a 3-month survey where we could see this many incidences among the fish. There are other initiatives where we are trying to assess the microplastic in coastal waters, sediments and fishes. The relative concentration of microplastic, as I indicated, was observed more in monsoon season. Now coming to the different fish species. What is the microplastics found in fish gut and different ecosystem? We have some survey done in Gulf of Mannar and Park Bay. Basically mangroves, since they have the capacity of retaining the sediments there, mangroves ecosystem are found to have more microplastic presence also. Then along with mangrove, we have found seaweed is also having good presence of plastics, then seagrass and corals also. Now coming to the fish species, we have seen up to 50% in the gut. This is Kesia's work. She has done her PhD in that. In pelagic, small pelagics like Sardinella gibbosa, around 50% was observed. And in Anodonta chaconda, around 37.5%, and with varying percentage at different time. This study was done in the mudbank region. We have a specific phenomena called mudbank which happens in monsoon season. In general, monsoon is known for more plastics. In monsoon, there are certain places where the sea remains calm and the rest of the area, it still remains turbulent. So in this mudbank, we have done some observation. These are some of the findings in that observation during mudbank season. In addition, off Mangalore coast, Netrani and Mulki, we have done 2 samplings. This is a published article. The article is referred below, where we examined the derelict fishing gear in Lakadiv Sea as well as in Mangalore, and we could see like these things are creating major problems. This slides gives the results of what we have done in the Lakadives. And in Lakadives, a total of 53 derelict gears were observed across both sampling sites, leading to 115 interactions with marine organisms. This varies from smothering the corals and affecting other organisms. It is irrespective of the type of the organism. Large mobile organisms like fishes, crabs, and slow-moving moderate-sized organisms like sea urchins were observed to have negative interaction with derelict gears. Some of the initiatives in assessing the critical ecosystems by CMFRI. Sensitive ecosystems were assessed by CMFRI. You can see the figures. Different instances when we have come across such gears creating problem to the marine biodiversity, be it crabs, seerfish, Poecilopora, gorgonids, and others. These are the major reasons what fishermen tell in their interviews on why the gears are abandoned in the sea. The major reason, 38%, is of course snagging of the gear, be it natural or man-made obstacles. Sometimes the gears get snagged. Then they say that collision or run over by cargo ships or fishing vessels, 23% of the gears are lost. 13% is because of the damage caused by marine animals. Even certain fishes, they tend to damage the gears. For example, when puffers are coming in large shoals, they tend to create problems for the gears. Bad weather creates problem around 10% and 8% each for heavy catch and irrecoverable submergence in gear, in clay. When you look into the socio-economics, fishermen tell that the abandoning is often caused by rough weather or snagging due to gear loss resulting from gear conflict or vessel runover. But basically, discarding is having some monetary issues also. Recycling old nets provides monetary benefits to fishers, then they will recycle it. If it's not so, they will not take it. So recycling of old gears is practiced by fishers except in case of inshore monofilament gill nets. Inshore monofilament gill nets, very difficult to recycle it. What are the problems in the gill nets? They generally don't meet the standards set by Bureau of Indian Standards with reduced tensile strength and increased susceptibility to gear damage. Nets are very low priced. If they abandon it, they can purchase new nets. Fishers tend to show a lax approach in gear use and maintenance. The gillnet webbing fetches negligible price when recycled and thrown at beaches or landing centers. Disposed while the floats, singers, and drops from old gears are repurposed in fabrication of new gear. And recovery of abandoned gear is undertaken based on a cost-benefit evaluation by the fishermen themselves. They want to consider the conditions. If the conditions are very bad and there is a risk, they don't take the gear, they abandon the gear. Familiarity and accessibility of geographical location also is very important. And the feasibility of retrieval, if it is possible typically within a week, they try to do it. Retrieval efforts once initiated, they look into the type of investment, labor and resources necessary for recovery. If it is justified by the perceived value of the gear, then only they try for recovery. Some serious initiatives we have done for awareness and participatory management. One such one was called Nirmaladhara, where we were trying to collect and remove household plastic in a coastal village through a participatory program. Another one was trying to generate a team of people. We call them as Blue-Green Brigade. It is like waste management within public participation. In this initiatives, this is some of the first of its kind in micro-level management of aquatic ecosystems by involving students, NSS volunteers and all. And to create massive awareness among the public, we started giving installation of art. One such one was the case of octopus, which was created on Chennai beach, a mad crab. It is a plastic installation. in Fort Kochi. Then fish cemetery. There is a major program called Binale. It's a biennial event which is happening in Kochi. There we installed a fish cemetery to create awareness on discarded plastics. And at the aegis of one of our pretty old Marine Biological Association of India. This is a pretty old organization with a long legacy. We organized a national conference of marine debris called COMAD during April 11 to 12, 2018. What can be done? What are the solutions and preventive mechanisms? First one is the technological and fishing practices solution. Reduce the soak time. Whatever be the type of gear, be it gill nets, traps or pods, reduce the soak time in the water so that we retrieve it faster. GPS mapping with more technological advancement, precise gear placement against overlapping with other vessels and high-risk zones. Biodegradable escape panels. For example, in traps and forts, natural fibers which can be decayed, which can reduce trapped species being ghost fished. After some time, the natural fibers can get decayed by itself. Gear marking system, we are into labeling with IDs making gear traceable to owners, deterring careless disposal. Acoustic release system for deep water traps, allowing controlled retrieval without surface buoy that may be lost. Then this is the technology side. Now coming to the policy and regulatory approaches, mandatory reporting, fish gear buyback and deposit schemes, regulation of gear types, marine protected areas. Along with these two, if community and stakeholder engagement through training and awareness programs, promoting indigenous fishing knowledge and local cleanup initiatives, there can be good solutions. Coming to the management options, it is very important to identify and map high-risk snagging areas. Certain areas are meant for snagging, so the fishermen have to avoid them. Monitoring and surveillance mechanism to curb fad fishing, use of BIS recommended webbings for fishing gear, gear marking system, awareness campaigns targeting primary stakeholders, and communicate the direct correlation between derelict gears and the health of marine ecosystem. So this is in a nutshell. But of late, what we are finding is like some of these derelict gears, they are acting as fish aggregation devices also. The fishes tend to find refuge in these places. So now we are studying the positive and negative correlations also. This is in a nutshell. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Since we are running out of time, one question we can take from the audience. Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
One quick question is that the last one slide, where you had shown that the plastic debris. The plastic debris has been estimated. We see that unintentional or intentional means of accumulating these plastics in the oceans because of various reasons, either by means of entanglement when they try to collide with other natural or anthropogenic boats and as well as other sources. But my thing is that, once the fisherman comes onto the shore, I'm talking about the socio-demographic and as well as, the values that are added to the net. Once they come back to the shore, maybe the fisherman might eventually find that the, net is any more usable. And that may eventually cause to the disposal along the shores, especially than compared to leaving it in the ocean. So can you throw us some light with respect to what is your perception when you made the questionnaire? Was that been included to see that, how far this is even again adding to the oceans, from the land, shore to the oceans?
Basically, the estimates shown here was in the seas and all. What happens in the land side? Land side, there are serious impacts still. For example, we have large number of people who are involved in traditional fishing activities. It includes one-man operated thermocol boats. It's a single person. He is operating a thermocol boat and he is going into the sea. So you can imagine if it is abandoned, what type of pollution it can create. Then we have fiber reinforced plastic. They are also used as a material for making boats. So FRP boats, if they are abandoned in the coastal areas. So if you travel mostly in the southern states, in the northern state, this problem is not there much because they have mechanized fishing. But here there are fishermen who are doing small scale fishing, subsistence fishing, but they abandon the gear and the boat material because there are no proper disposable mechanism. So under the aegis of Department of Fisheries, Ministry of Fisheries and Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of India, They have come up with some schemes where there can be some solutions. At the same time, our sister institute, Central Institute of Fisheries Technology, they work on harvest mechanisms. So there is a scientist, her name is Manju Lakshmi, she is involved in dealing with the abandoned, lost and discarded gears, as well as coming up with mechanisms by which we can recycle this and put it into potential uses also. Such programs are running, but this is a major thing to be studied. And in general, in the coastal areas where tourism and related activities are there, now people are coming with fishing should not interfere with tourism. At the same time, tourism people wanted that fishermen should not do fishing, it is a distraction for their tourism activities. But some synergy is coming up. People want that fishing should be there. At the same time, tourism also should be there. For tourism, clean beaches, better beaches, everything is required. So fishermen are trying to cooperate with them. Tourism people are trying to empower the fishermen with some sort of mechanisms by which they support these activities. So such things are happening in some pockets of India, but larger measures are required.
Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
No, there are similar to the acoustics which we are using for fish abundance estimates. There are mechanisms by which we can estimate the plastics also in the sea. So there are some preliminary scientific studies done, but on massive scale, to know like how much plastics are there in the sea, we have to do such mechanisms. So that is being done.
Thank you. We sincerely thank you, sir, for shedding light on this vital marine conservation concern through a engaging and informative talk. We now break for lunch, which will be served at Manthan Hall. I request all the participants to kindly proceed to the dining area. We will reconvene here for the next session at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back for the next session. Okay. I hope the lunch was enjoyable. We will move on to the next engaging session, which is a panel discussion focusing on identifying research gaps and exploring the way forward. The first panel discussion is on strengthening research and policy synergies for addressing marine litter. Now, I am pleased to invite session moderator, Dr. K. Ramu, scientist staff from NCCR, to kindly take over and steer this session forward. Over to you, sir.
So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us today for this panel discussion on strengthening research and policy synergies for addressing marine litter. It's a privilege to have with us 4 distinguished experts, and I am honored to introduce them to you. We are joined by Dr. Mariana F.M. Santana. She is a researcher at the Australian Institute of Marine Science and James Cook University. Her research focuses on the impact of microplastic contamination on coral reefs and the dynamics of microplastics within these ecosystems. We have Dr. Grinson George, who is the director of the ICR Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute with over 2 decades of experience. Dr. George's expertise spans fishery resource management, marine biodiversity, fisheries oceanography, remote sensing, and climate change. We have Dr. Prabhakar Mishra, a senior scientist who had retired recently from the National Center for Coastal Research. He is a physical oceanographer, has researched extensively on coastal processes and water quality for almost 3 decades. And in the past 8 years, he has focused exclusively on marine litter and microplastics. And he has also led numerous coastal cleanup campaigns across India. We have with us Dr. Gopalakrishna Darba, an associate professor and associate dean of research and development at the Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, Calcutta. His research mainly focuses on water and soil pollution, waste management, and the freight and transport of the various contaminants. Thank you, sir. Yeah. So before we have this panel discussion, I would like to give a brief background on the topic. We heard in the morning session about this importance of this microplastics and the marine litter. And globally what we find is the increasing levels of marine litter, both mainly including the plastic waste and the microplastics. It presents a severe global environmental challenge. And this pollution negatively impacts marine life, ecosystems, biodiversity, fisheries, tourism, and economies. There are a lot of estimates, but I'll just mention here one estimate which suggests that over 10 million tons of plastic enter the world ocean every year. And marine litter and microplastics are not just a current issue, they are rapidly becoming an even more pressing global problem. So today we'll hear from a panelist on the research gaps that still exist, how research can better inform policy, and how policy can drive more impactful research to effectively address marine litter. So in the interest of time, each panelist will have 4 to 5 minutes to share their thoughts on the research gaps and what needs further attention. And following that, we'll discuss how this research can be translated into actionable policies. And at the end, we'll also leave time for some questions from the audience. So as we are running short of time, I'll start with Dr. Mariana. So you have studied the impact of marine litter on coral reefs in Australia. So could you share the extent of the marine litter problem in Australia, as in that region, and the key research gaps as per you? Can you share your thoughts on that?
Can everyone hear me? Oh, yes. Yeah, excellent question. I think marine litter and microplastics are a relatively new topic addressed by science in Australia. We have we are starting, I guess, over the course of the past years, I would say 5 to 10 years, to try to understand the baseline concentrations and presence, abundance, distribution, and effects of marine litter and microplastics, more specifically, along our coastline, and also talking about AIMS in coral reef ecosystems. Concentrations are definitely, or the presence and abundance are definitely not as alarming as in other countries, I would say. Talking mostly about water surfaces where we actually have monitoring programs, and most of our studies are focused on concentrations are below 1 microplastic, if talking about microplastics specifically per cubic meter, which is several orders of magnitude different from other countries, and I would use India as an example. So that shows that we are somehow still considered a pristine environment per se, but that doesn't mean that it's not there, and that doesn't mean that we don't see peaks of concentration coming with extreme weather events. We don't see a widespread presence of plastics. Pretty much every place that we've been and every paper that comes out of Australian marine waters is reporting on plastics and microplastics presence. In the Great Barrier Reef, for instance, we do recognize islands, and at the Coral Sea as well, we do recognize islands as a bit of a sink as well as a source of plastics. So plastics come, get trapped in these island systems, and then as tides or extreme weather events, they would be washed off back at sea. As Eric and Ronan have pointed out, we import and we export debris, so we are generating plastics that end up in other countries as well. We actually have plastics coming from other countries. Lots of modeling studies are showing that. And in terms of biodiversity, I guess I can say per experience on every species that we have assessed, from free fish to sea cucumbers to zooplankton, we do identify microplastics in their gut content. So it's definitely a widespread issue. I think in terms of knowledge gap coming from Australia, we don't know much in terms of thresholds for effects, which is something that is quite important when it comes to policy. It's a diffuse problem, but we also need to acknowledge the importance of plastics. It's not that this is not gonna go away. We will continue to use plastics until we find alternatives that could be used. So it's important as environmental researchers that we have some focus on understanding impacts and thresholds of plastic loads in terms of contamination that could be influencing biota, more specifically, talking as environmental researchers, but if you actually expand that to us as human beings, we also need to understand what it is that we can be dealing with biologically without actually suffering any negative consequence.
Thank you. So the next panelist, Dr. Grinson. Actually, before lunch, you had given an elaborate talk on the ghost fishing gear. So in continuation of that, I would like to ask you to elaborate on what is being done in India to reduce the plastics entering the oceans, and especially from fishing, because we know that fishing is a major contributor to the marine debris. And another thing, what efforts are underway to address the discarded fishing nets on the beaches or the ghosts, which are retrieved in the ocean? Can you share your thoughts on that?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ramu. Basically, when it comes to key measures taken by the Government of India, as I indicated in my morning presentation, 80% is from land-based resources and 20% is only due to ocean-based activities. So the first few principles like what we address is like the prevention of items becoming debris in the first place. For example, single-use plastic complete ban, national ban. So many states are implementing it very strongly. Then second principle is polluter pays principle. In this effort, even for the fishing gears also, marking is becoming essential. Like the fishing gears owned by a particular fishing vessel, it should be marked. So if it is lost, we can trace them back. Traceability of the gears are also important. So that's a step taken forward. Third is ecosystem approach. As Mariana was indicating about what is seen in corals or in lesser level in different organisms, microplastics is inevitably present everywhere. But ecosystem approach is very important. Like we should see that ecosystems need not suffer because of what is happening in the land or in the sea. So there are some mechanisms by which we have to remove these things from the ecosystems. So there are schemes or plans for that purpose also. The fourth one is public and private participation. The schemes operated by the government and how we get it involved with the people. Fifth one is on sustainable consumption and production. And sixth one is on the best available knowledge and practices and how it is being implemented. It is being implemented through different ministries. There are a few legislations which came off late. The first one is on plastic waste management rules in 2016. It has got an amendment in 2021 and 22 depending upon the practical issues. And the second one is on the standard guidelines for single-use plastic. I was mentioning about the nationwide ban on single-use plastic in 2019, which is implemented by the different states and union territories. Now coming to fishing per se, if we retrieve some gear or some plastics from the sea, what can be done? I was telling like fishermen can bring them only if there is incentivization. So there should be a circular economy to be evolved in this process. They have to bring the plastic from the sea. For bringing the plastic to the land, they should get some price. Once it is coming to the land, it should be recycled and used. There should be some takers for that. I will share incidentally when we were trying to motivate people to do these activities. Once the person who was taking this plastics, he told his company is having some issue, he will not take the plastic. Then once the plastic is coming from the sea and it is accumulated in the beaches, it cannot stay for a long time. So we were under pressure to bring those plastics to the institute till we find a solution. So such problems are there. We have to navigate through these problems and come up with a circular economy model. When it comes to a circular economy model, awareness is key to it. For example, we are comfortably telling that we can use reusable plastic in our day-to-day activities. For example, the shoe which we are wearing. There is a multinational company, Tata. They have come up with a reusable plastic shoe. But it will cost much more than normal plastic shoe. The normal plastic shoe for kids, it's available for 300 rupees. This reusable plastic made shoes, it will cost you around 1,900 rupees. So you can imagine the price difference. And if people will buy only if there is an awareness, I should buy this to protect my environment. So there are specific groups coming up with such social entrepreneurship initiatives in which they are trying to use such plastics for different activities. There is a startup NGO, Plan at Earth. It is based in Kerala. They are taking this ghost fishing gears related items and they are coming up with beautiful souvenirs made out of. Even in my chamber, in director's chamber, there is one souvenir made out of that. So there can be such initiatives which can promote usage of such things with a value to the society. So these are some of the initiatives taken by the government of India. Then other problem of discarding these gears in the land-based areas, that can be done by taking these things in other recyclable product forms and some schemes to take this away. Otherwise, the fishermen, if they find that there is no economic returns for them, they just discard it and go away. Particularly with this fiber reinforced plastic boats and which are large in numbers. So Central Institute of Fisheries Technology have joined hands with some private entrepreneurs to come up with a solution for this. This will be implemented nationwide so that there will be reduction in the plastic from these mechanisms. I think the time is less. We'll take up questions further. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Krishnan. Dr. Mishra, almost for the last 8 years, you have worked extensively on the monitoring of the microplastics and as well as the marine litter in the various matrices. What do you think are the key research gaps which still need to be addressed?
Hello. Thank you. Thank you, Ramu. Let me start as he said that plastics, microplastics everywhere. By since 2004, a paper was published in Science, that is in the Richard Thompson. Okay. Within the last, I think this is 21 years. So a number of papers have been published. I think if you look at the global literature, I think more than 3,000 papers have been published on microplastic aspects. And the research started, I think, after the paper of Jembek in Science came in 2015, people started a little bit awareness and people started writing papers, and a number of papers have come. In India, I think last 3 years, we have almost 500 papers. So, if you look at the research gap, right now, you can find that microplastic is everywhere. It is like in anything you take up, but again, how to implement, what is the solution we have to find out. That is very important. How we are going to manage, this is very important. So, if you look, initially when we started in 2017, we are asked to write a report as a part of SASHEF, that is a UN body. So we are asked to, NCCR was asked to write a report on regional action plan for Southeast Asian seas. At that point, we don't have any data. And Jembek paper, I was asking today about this, how the data, on what basis you can say that this much quantity of mismanaged data is entering to the ocean. So then that was everything. If you look at the Jembek paper, they themselves has admitted this is based on the population density, based on the waste generated. They have come to a conclusion and they have made the data. But exact data, where how much quantity is coming through the Ganges, we don't have. Similarly, if you look at we have two rivers here, Adayar and Kom River in Chennai city, which is crossing the entire city and taking entire garbage. But we don't have any data, but we can make an average data. We can make an average data, and we try to make an average data that this is the quantity in a year we can trap. Then what may be for this type of river in a city like this, then we can extend it to Mumbai, we can extend it to Kolkata, we can extend it to any other city, but we should have some data. That is important, very important, I understand. So when we are doing any transport model, anything, that is important. But this is one of the aspects which still can be discussed, or which can be deliberated, which can be, you have to find out. Second point, very important point we have seen, that okay, microplastics we saw in sediments, we saw in water, we have off coastal body, we have seen in fish. We have, during this last 7 years, we have published more than 30 papers in NCCR itself, every aspects of, whatever we at our hand. And what we found, very interestingly, we thought that the rivers are bringing a lot of microplastics, must be higher quantity on the inlet of a river. And we went and we have also sampled, but interestingly we found in an inlet near Chilka, which is a lagoon ecosystem, we found the highest, recorded the highest. So when that was the maximum, we got a little bit, what may be the cause, what made it to, in front of the Chilka lagoon in the sediment as well as in the surface water. Then we go back, when we saw inside Chilka Lake is now highly contaminated. So the thing is, the reason is, Chilka Lake itself is acting like a sink from the peripheral area, from peripheral rivers, and it again is acting like a source. So the sink and source. So we found in almost 70% to 80% fish species in Chilka Lake is contaminated with plastics, and which is we have that is the major aquaculture industry, and it is a farm for the export quality of aquaculture is happening there. So that is the problem. So these are some of the points which are lacking. And also, suppose we are talking about bioremediation. And bioremediation, whether that up to what level the biotechnology can help, and what level you must stop. Because there was, suppose a particular species, if you make it more, they automatically overact, and they will, the wild species or the other species will get depleted. So similarly, so many critical points are there where you need to discuss, where we need to, what type of solutions we need to find. But right now I feel we have enough learning on this, that microplastics are everywhere present. So now what is the remedial measures and how we should do it, and what should be the policy we should adopt that in real terms it can be implemented and it can be done. Like you suggested a small, circular economy, how we must go forward. So these are some of the points we can, I think, is important and we can discuss further. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra. I too agree that a lot of data has been generated and a lot of knowledge has been developed. And that's the reason microplastics and marine litter is being discussed at all the high-level forums. So, but of course, there are some research gaps which still need to be addressed. I will ask Dr. Darbar, he has been studying the microplastics at the different environmental compartments, right, if I'm correct. I feel there's a disconnect between the upstream and the downstream thing. And we don't find information on agriculture plastics, that's also one major source of microplastics into the marine environment. So I'd like to hear on that. Another one is that airborne microplastics, about the transport and things like that. Has it been studied? And we see the acute effects of microplastics in any organisms, but the chronic effects of microplastics is not being studied. So what is your view on that?
Yeah, if you permit me, I have few slides to show, if this is okay. Within these lines. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, a very good afternoon to all of you. Just I have thought of making few slides so that I may convey whatever I would like to say with respect to identifying the gaps. Yeah? So this is a session with respect to the gaps. So I have thought of something in my mind which probably can be of interest to all of us, because I see that many of us are experts in this particular area. So I don't want to go to the very basics of it, but just to say a few slides about the major idea of identifying the gaps. I have come across one publication where they have highlighted the climate drivers and climate impacts, and then further their marine litter sources and pathways. So we have sea level rise, warming, temperatures, ocean acidifications, and so on. And finally, both these climate drivers and as well as marine litter sources and pathways are showing their consequences on the biodiversity, which is very nicely depicted in this publication, which I really like the most. And just in continuation to it, does the marine litter influence the climate change? Or is it a vice versa, that a climate change can affect the marine litter? This is also a question that comes into my mind. Okay. I think, there are some unproven, undisclosed, undocumented, unstratified conclusions on this, but I believe that it is both the vice versa. Climate change in a broader perspective. Why? Because, we have these different sources of greenhouse gas emissions and carbon footprints, and as well as rise in sea level temperatures and as well as CO2 sequestration. So can any one of us realize that how CO2 sequestration is related with marine plastic litter? So it's a small question. If somebody knows it, maybe I'll be so happy to exchange my knowledge. See, we are talking about CO2 sequestration and we are talking about the ocean acidification and with respect to microplastics degradation or marine litter as such. Yes, they are very much related indeed, and the results, whatever we have right now, they are really very interesting and intriguing. Because the thing is like the marine litter right now, especially when we are talking about accumulating in the marine systems in the oceans, the major drivers are these rivers, right? Major drivers are these rivers, and the major sinks are actually not the estuaries, are not the oceans, but the major sinks of the plastics are the soils. Okay, they are the soils, which is quite understudied, under-exemplified, but soils are the most affected and impacted. However, they are not eventually, when it comes to human exposure pathways, soils may not play a very direct impact. Okay, therefore, we are neglecting it. However, soils are the major sinks of these plastics than compared to the marine systems. Okay, so quickly, I just want to show you that these are some of these publications which have highlighted, saying that the polystyrene nanoplastics and as well as other contaminants such as polyaromatic hydrocarbons and as well as in synergy with other toxic elements like heavy metals can have a very drastic impact on the photosynthesis of algae. Okay, so algae is the gross primary producer, and it has shown a tremendous effect. Like as and when there is an increase in the concentration of these plastics, the algae dead actually. There has been reported, and that too the decay of this algae is exponential when it is in association or in synergy with other contaminants such as heavy metals or any kinds of other nano organic pollutants. So, as was discussed earlier, now this is a point of serious concern that the plastics are definitely not about one region or one place. If at all the plastics are disposed, this can, eventually we know about the ocean patch, right? And they can undergo transportation. This was in one of the models what we had seen, that the plastics undergo transport once they are disposed along the coast of West Bengal, and they may undergo deposition in Andamans. I think I remember Dr. Gowda was also told me about finding a plastic bottle coming all the way from Australia and being found in Lakshadweep or Andamans. Okay, so that is the scenario which we have thought about, and broadly, we have to identify in the sense like not only in waters and marine systems. I find that these plastics are eventually ending up with any one of the system is not directly a release of this material into that particular environment. Okay, maybe the plastics are coming into the marine environment from the runoff from the soils, okay, from point and non-point sources, or maybe from the atmospheric depositions of these plastics that are being accumulated in the marine environment. So I think there is in the broader perspective, I think I would affirm that these marine plastic debris accumulation, definitely, Dr. George has thrown a great light on how these gear nets are eventually, accumulating. And however, the more emphasis and a broader perspective is not only with respect to marine environment, how the air and soils are eventually contributing to it. So when we want about the gaps, the first one is the assessment of plastics, and then the second one is the understanding of plastics. That is, what is their fate in the environment. This is also something very important. Okay, and then how can we remediate? As Dr. Mishra ji said, that what we know that the plastics are there in air, water, and soil, and what can we do to remediate them? Remediation, as such, we are trying to limit the exposure to the humans. Okay, either through indirect or direct means. So what can we do to it? And finally, the policy. Okay, how to prevent their release into the environment? If we know that they are already existing in the environment, how can we stop their accumulation or the release into the marine environments? So, so there are different studies in different segments, as I said earlier, but the recent results where we had been working on breast milk, looking at microplastics in breast milk, and as well as in lung fluids, and as well as in blood. So these results, including the milk, what we drink on everyday basis, and then these waters, and then the fish. These are like direct accumulations, including the air samples, which I am showing in next few slides. For the first time ever, we have investigated how much amount of plastics are present in air in all these 4 metropolitan cities. And just to comprehend some of the results, saying that the plastics have been found in nose, lungs, breast milk, liver, heart, blood, kidney, placenta, eyes, you can name an organ. Okay, so in all of the human body parts, the plastics have been been present, that have been reported already. And these are some of the results which I would like to comprehend in 4 of these metropolitan cities. And you can see the variety of the plastic sizes, what you call this is carcinogens, apart from the plastics. Okay, so all these are plastic additives. These are different kinds of plastic additives, even at nanogram per liter can cause acute toxicity and carcinogenicity. Okay, so this is something that we have identified, and out of these 4, with respect to microplastic concentration as well as the additives, Kolkata seemed to have a higher, than compared to Delhi, and then least is Chennai and Mumbai. Okay, this is with respect to air pollutants. So, I am just trying to culminate whatever has been told earlier, that we have seen in some of the presentations that there is remote sensing, okay, for estimating the marine debris at a larger scale. At a larger scale, remote sensing works, fantastic, yeah. We can estimate the plastics at the very large level. However, when it comes to macro and meso, the drone systems, like, UAVs, we call this unattended aerial vehicles, can give us the answer. When it comes to meso and microplastics, the conventional micro as well as, microscopic methods, such as micro-FTR, micro-Raman can give us the data. When it comes to nano and less than the nano, it is critically very challenging. Let that be human samples, let that be animal samples, let that be environmental samples. This is very, very challenging right now, and there is a scope for, as we said, as you say, gap. Okay, this is the major gap. And another gap is that integrating the data. When we know the plastics at the larger scale, when we know the plastics at the nano scale, how can we integrate the data? Spatio-temporal data is also one of the major tasks for the scientific society. And what I would assume is, with respect to the technological innovations, can we detect plastics directly in the drinking water bottles? Just within 1 minute I will close it. Okay? So this is something that a scientific society can think over. At the global level, we are looking forward to a real-time detection of plastics in water bottles. I am not asking any complex phenomena or technologies, but so far we couldn't end up with a technology whereby I can detect immediately, right away, the real-time detection of microplastics in plastic water bottles. Okay, so these are different fundamental mechanisms and gaps where I would see that, what happens, because when we talk about the marine systems and bio and eco accumulation of these plastics, each one of these phenomena can play a very crucial role with respect to its trophic transport. Yeah? So finally, whatever the mechanisms are here, they will lay down to the trophic transport, and hence all these mechanisms are poorly understood, and this is a need of the hour, according to me. Okay? And remediation. When it comes to remediation, when we know that, the actual one of the most culprit is our washing machine. When it comes to the policy, why can't we have a mandatory, additive, like a filter, which is attached and integrated with the washing machine? It might increase to the actual cost maybe 500 rupees or something. But that is at the point, as Dr. Mishra said, that is at the point of the source. If we can remediate, if we can stop the release of the plastics, that itself is a big solution. Okay, already whatever the plastics are there, they are there. But if we can stop them at the point, let that be your textile industries, let that be your households, this itself will be a big change where there is a technological gap. And you see, these are the waters, what we get from textile industries. These are called white waters. So these fibers are almost transparent. Okay, if once they are released into the environment, it is impossible. They are not colored like gear nets. It is impossible to trace them out, even if they are ingested by the fish. Last slide, I just want to say, when it comes to policy making, I would go with not only reducing plastic usage, but also waste improvement technologies, which have been discussed earlier, but also next comes to is public awareness and legislation and as well as incentives, which are also being discussed with Dr. George. So, and thank you very much. So this is, I think, probably I have addressed to whatever the questions that you asked me. Sorry for taking more time.
Thank you, Dr. Darba, and you have covered the research areas which need to be addressed, as well as what is required for informing the policy makers. So thank you very much for your. So next, I'll again, with regard to the policy, I'll ask Dr. Mishra. Like, you were involved in the drafting the first marine litter policy for India. So you at the same time, you had also collected a lot of data, and my question is, how can the data generated from the numerous studies be effectively translated into policy to combat marine litter?
Thank you. So if you look, we published a paper, that Tide of Change, Urgency of a National Marine Litter Policy in India. Actually, I was looking for, before when we are drafting this policy paper, so I was looking at any country who is having a marine litter policy. I think in the world nobody is having a specific marine litter policy. I think we are the first to write, at least to write down in a, to consolidate a marine litter policy, because here, the policy, we have suggested based on our data, based on our, this, whatever he presented, like based on, these are all entire data if you look at. The thing is, how to curb the pollution, it has a health effect, as I said. It has if your outside air is more polluted, microplastic is more polluted than the inside room. If you look at, inside room is more polluted than the outside room. So, but outside if you look, the other pollutions are high. Okay. So, but how you write a policy or whatever the policy should be, it should be implemented, and how it should work out in total. So when we started writing this, so we made something like very clearly 4 targets and 20 strategies. So each point we look at, suppose I will tell you very simple, everywhere I asked, suppose we are being distributed milk in a pouch. Let us say milk is being distributed in a polythene in India. Mostly this is a very convenient way because it is you can transport and easy to, that is the only reason why easy to transport. But thing is, that polythene, that plastic wrapper, that goes to the environment directly, and ultimately it goes to the street, it goes to the, to the sea. So there is no way to collect those wrappers, okay? So who is responsible for that? Like styrofoams. For each package industry, you are using styrofoams, but there is no way, because styrofoam is not recycled. There is no way to recycle, means we do not have the technology. So we throw it directly. There has no value, so we throw it directly to the ocean. It goes to the ocean. So once you say that styrofoam can be recycled, how it can be recycled? So you add a value. Suppose I am buying a computer, a laptop, which is packed in a styrofoam, and that costs me, the styrofoam itself costs me the same amount of computer or the half amount of computer. Once I get it back, then I will get my money back. If you make a system like this, so that automatically the thing will be recycled at the higher end, from where it is originated. So on that basis, I feel the policy, all policy we should make it is not that it is not impossible. Like in case of, let us say, ghost net. Suppose the net, suppose is coming back to the, because it has been proved that it is happening in Malaysia and some of the countries. So they have made it as industry. The ghost net, whatever they collected back, it became a regular industry. So many people have got the job. And in India also, there are proof that some of the wasteland, dumping yard, has become eco park. There are proof. It is not that we have not done it. We have done it. So how it is best way to do it? And the policy, what you say, you can take, one is I say, that in any policy we need to educate whatever, even the fisherman level. Suppose the responsible ministry or the responsible people suppose the fisherman, as you said, that a vast source of fisheries are there, vast we have training centers. Time to time, we have to bring awareness among them that this is a harmful. Similarly, why I found that Chilka Lake is highly polluted, because the nets, whatever they're using, they're throwing it. So in the lake, it gets disintegrated, and that itself becomes a pollutant. So people are not educated. So once you start this type of policy, how to implement it, and this policy is, okay, we have written based on the data, whatever we have collected, and this we have made very clear strategies, what should be the strategy at each point. So I think because as I told you, last 21 years we know that already microplastic is in the environment. Already the litter is a big problem, but we are unable to curb the pollution, or are unable to control the pollution. So this is the policy. In one way it will go, but how strictly also we enforce? What should be the enforcement? How best way we should enforce? Only suppose I will give you a small example. Marina Beach, we have a big beach here, a wide beach. We call it India's largest beach. This beach is very wide, but here every day cleaning is going on. But every day, same amount of garbage is coming up. So why? So government is cleaning. So government we cannot say the government should do this thing. The government means the same thing, but the people are responsible. The policy, that means we should bring some policy that people should not make it. Means the tourists or the visitors or the beachgoers, they should see that this is my beach, the feeling. How we should do it, how we should implement it. That is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra. The coastal cleanup programs which you are spearheading, no doubt it had a lot of impact on and then our studies also indicated that how the single-use plastic has decreased over the years, especially on the beaches. So, of course, that awareness among the public has got an effect on reducing the marine litter, right?
Yeah, definitely. But we cannot say, because the coastal cleanup, coastal cleanup activities, what we are doing, let us say 150 beaches we did. But that is like as I said, this is like a demonstration, or you can say, but it is nobody can do it on a regular basis. And so who should be the responsible? I think for that, what we thought, that we should have volunteers, volunteers in the sense, suppose, let us say an example, Kovalam, here we are talking about Kovalam Beach, near the school is there. A school is there, educational institutions are there. If you educate the children and make them that after 4 o'clock you come to the beach, when you are the volunteers for your beach, it is working. If you make them, and if you make the small children as volunteers, that works. They will go and tell the tourists, don't trash our beach, don't take out your trash. So this way, many things can be done. But where to start, how to start, this needs something, a holistic view, and it can be done. It is not that it is not impossible, and it can be done. And that is how the last 20 years, no doubt we are seeing so many changes are happening. And because I saw that I was fortunate to attend 2 United Nations expert meeting, and there I saw that some of the poor countries, like African countries, they were using plastic bottles and making out of that as a trap and putting in the rivers with nets, and the nets and plastic bottles are used because the plastic bottle can float on the top, and below they can put a net, and that is again to trap the debris. So it is not, because some sort of innovations required everywhere to find out. It is not that only means high class technology is required, but it should have you have a willpower, and how to generate that, how to means the awareness, that is very important. And we can do it through different cleanup, and at our own levels also it can be done.
Thank you. We are running short of time.
No.
Yeah. Dr. Grinson, I know that ghost nets, in addition to ghost nets, thermocol is largely used in the fishing packaging. And there's no technology for recycling of the thermocol. So we find a lot of thermocol being disposed of into the coastal waters. Is anything being addressed on that aspect, like thermocol, especially for packaging?
No, basically thermocol got its own advantages. That's why it's being used for different activities. Even I told in my presentation, there are thermocol boats also. Like now, if you go to the southern part of Kerala coast, particularly Alappuzha and other Kollam, there are many people who are using thermocol for making a boat by themselves and single man operated. They go to the sea and do the fishing activity. And the problem is, like, once a simple damage happens to that particular boat, they will discard it. So how to address this is becoming a very big problem within the sector itself. So there is a national task force formed under the aegis of Joint Secretary Marine Fisheries, in which many of us are members. We are trying to develop some schemes, but still there is no proper solution. There are some people who are buying it back, but that is much on a price basis. Like the amount of money they are charging to dispose it of is on a, they are using it for some purposes, they are telling, but it is not economically so feasible. So basically there should be an awareness in the society to use such products which are recycled. Then only that economy will work out. Like, so this we should choose wisely. Like there are certain publishing media giants who are using only recycled paper for printing their books. So same way, many multinational companies, Tata has shown a very good example. So same way, many companies are coming forward and adopting such mechanism and telling that this cost the society has to bear because the society has generated it. That's the only way we can resolve it. It should be part of economy. Otherwise, the people who are at the lower level, they will not be able to manage the money part. So economy is very important. So circular economy is the solution. For that, it should come from bigger giants who can use these things and give some money to the people who are really working at the lower level. These are some mechanisms, but we are thinking of some schemes and plan, and Department of Fisheries, Government of India, under the Ministry of Fisheries, Livestock and Dairy, they will be coming up with schemes to address these activities.
So, one last question. Insights on the policy framework in Australia.
Sure. So Australia has national and state initiatives when it comes to policy for plastic pollution in general. There's nothing much at this stage regarding microplastics specifically, because as everyone has raised here, it's a very complex problem. It's really hard to tackle microplastics when it reaches the environment. At a national level, we have a plastic national plan, which try to, not in a regulatory framework, it's not really establishing thresholds of pollution that is allowed or number of plastic that can be produced annually. It's not like that. It's more like what Ronan was saying earlier. It's about the incentive to come up with alternatives and try to change the behavior when it comes to plastic production and use. Australia has been improving a lot when it comes to recycling initiatives as well, which is something that, as Ronan has pointed out, has been historically based off exporting the plastic waste that is produced. And at a state level, there are some policies that are coming up. And I would like to highlight that the EPA, which is the regulatory, environmental regulatory body in Australia that works state by state, has been looking into trying to come up with thresholds of contamination when it comes to floating plastics and microplastics. But it's, as I've already said, it's a very complex issue, really hard to establish thresholds when you actually don't understand what it is that is, like, what is the amount of plastic that is actually causing the impacts in the first place. When we talk about macroplastics, you know, a single piece of net could actually damage a whole engine of a boat and cause a massive impact. When it comes to microplastics, you actually need a a certain load, a high load of plastics being ingested by the animal constantly and for a very long time, so you can actually see impacts at an ecological level where it would disrupt reproduction and feeding behavior and nutrition and so on. So we are starting, but yeah, there's a long way to go.
Okay, thank you. So we have a couple of minutes, so we can take some 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Yeah, Ronan.
Thank you all. That was great discussion. The only question I have, I guess, we're talking about policy, but I'm interested into your perspective into uptaking those policies from the general public. It's great to have those laws, but whether people would follow this up, we're finding this obviously in Australia is one of those challenges. Some policies that are easy to process for general public, easy to implement. Some others that people disagree with is really hard to actually monitor or uptake. So what is your experience or views on that?
Dr. Mishra, you want to address? The policies should be implemented.
The problem is here, I tell you, I'll give you so many examples. Like in India, let us say, we have many ministries, okay? So each ministry are working, I think they are working, we say we should collaborate, but each ministry is working in a single way or independently. So like my ministry, suppose let us say, we are asked to collect the data, we collected the data, we wrote the draft, okay, whatever we, based on the draft we did. But let us say, suppose the Ministry of Fisheries, suppose the ghost net, okay, how to implement, suppose, and the very important point, the Ministry of Environment and Forest in India, they have to implement the, whatever the rules or regulations in India, the implementation ministry is somebody else, okay. Suppose we give a policy that needs to be verified and that has to be implemented by them. But again, it comes, how they have to implement, it has to be implemented through many ministries, through the different ministries, let us say. Like I will give you a small example. Suppose you will travel in Indian Railway. You will see on both sides of the Indian Railway there are a number of plastic bottles. So whether it can be cleaned or it cannot be cleaned. It can be cleaned. If the railway wants, it can be cleaned. Because they can, because they have, the railway line they have, the regular monitoring they have, they can find out some contractor or some people, engage some people, so they can clean. So how to, that is we can write in our policy or we can write in our paper or we can give how we can clean certain things, okay. Let us say stretch-wise. I can say that ghost net can be, means it can be collected, it can be, means we can clean our coastal area, many things you can draft. But how to again implement that? Those are some sort of lacking, I think, means the interconnectedness is lacking or something like between this. So who is going to implement? That is also very important question. Suppose the water, suppose we know the entire sewage that is being generated in this Chennai metropolitan area. So that is going for, the sewage treatment plant. But whether that has to, we have the capability to do it. We have the facility. But they are telling the problem is collect. Going to implement that collect. How you are going to bring it to the sewage treatment plant? There is a lacuna there. So if 100% will come, we can treat it and we can send it. Okay, we can again reuse it. But that 100% is not happening. So similar way, So these policies, I think this policy, whatever we are making, it should be also implemented. How best to implement it, that suggestion should be there. It is not that we wrote something, we give some policies, because India is having a policy since 1984, different environmental policy, and plastic. On plastic we have last, I think since 96 we have some policies to different grade, different types of plastic we should use. And 22 we said that we will completely ban. We'll completely ban the single use of plastic, but it is not happening. The reason is, at the same time, the government has given, means the banks have given loan to industries for making single use of plastics, okay? So producing single use of plastic, you cannot stop now. Unless either this way or that way, both way you cannot do. They have already given loans, and now you are telling you must stop the single use of plastics. So now you must see which is your first priority, how to do it, and because I think there is a interconnectedness between the policies, what is means how to implement it. That is lacking, I feel. Otherwise, it is possible to achieve and do it. My feeling is that.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I think regarding public perception and embracement of policies, we should not put on people's responsibilities at all times. And I think that's what's the major, I would say, problem when it comes to policies for managing waste and plastic pollution, for example, is that we always face ourselves as being the responsibles for not buying the plastic product or having to pay for an alternative of the plastic bag. When this type of policies, it has its benefits, of course, but it needs to come with other stakeholders being accountable for their part in the game as well. And so looking into policies that actually works towards the upstream problem, so closing the tap, looking for alternatives, doing the circular economy, making the companies actually be responsible for the waste that their product is generating, and working collectively and not putting only on the regular people. I think that would be the best to change the perception of policies towards making a change on this regard.
Yeah, thank you. I see Dr. Gowda has a question.
Good afternoon, sir. I have one stupid question. Maybe this is plastics. As we understand, these are inert materials. Okay, these are not going to have an interaction with something else. As such, it is an inert material. So now we say because of its size, smaller sizes, and all these things, we have micro and nanoplastics now. So how really these microplastics and nanoplastics are having a toxicity, and their presence is recorded in many of these, including human beings and many organisms also. So whether it is really the particle which is causing an impact, or what is that, something which is missing? Are we really getting into a problem where really the plastic is not carrying certain kinds of contaminants or something like that? Could you, anyone can put a...
Yeah, just briefly, I would like to say that, of course, Dr. Darba will explain. What I do understand is what studies which are being done, there's a lot of uncertainties. And that's where the research comes into picture, like he can elaborate.
Yeah, I'll just quickly brief about it. Yeah, just in connection to, before I go into it, I just want to add regarding the there requires a scientific intervention with the policy making. Just for example, in continuation to what I said is, whatever we drinking the water in the Bisleri water bottles, this is made with polyethylene terephthalate. And in India, maybe you have seen the biggest bottles where Bisleri is sold, that is made with polycarbonate. That is a different kind of a plastic. Okay, so what happens is you can get a 20-liter bottle of drinking water which is packaged with Bisleri labeled for 110 rupees. Also, you can get the same kind of water bottle for 40 rupees, which is also, I mean, equally purified in terms of water quality is concerned. However, there is a catch here that, whenever you open the bottle, you might see that it is tightly packed with air. Okay, so that means, whenever you try to refill, when you drink the water, when you refill it, there is an increased alkalinity. Maybe the water you are refilling would have a different alkalinity to that of the packaged water. Okay, so remember that all these plastics, when it comes to polymer chemistry, they undergo dissolution within enhanced pH conditions. Okay, that means these plastics undergo degradation with a change in pH. So scientific interventions, I know from Center for Pollution Control Board authorities, which gives the input to this Ministry of Environment and Forest, in order to regulate the waters coming out of the effluent from a textile industry, they should first know that whether the plastics are present or not in the effluent. So for them, they need a technology to detect that on the spot. We don't have that right now. So scientific intervention is required. And answering to Dr. Gowda's question, the question is that whenever these plastics are undergoing degradation, they come to nano, that we have realized. What happens after nano? They don't undergo to their elemental composition, like they don't undergo to they don't go to the molecular state. It seems they retain at a kind of a micelle concentration, they don't undergo to complete degradation. However, during that process, they undergo oxidation, whereby certain phthalates, which are the fundamental molecules or the building blocks of these polymers, will be released, and they have potential carcinogenicity. Okay, so plastics, if you see, there are also certain questions that in our conference you might have seen some doctors. I ask them, whenever they report in brain, kidney, they call this microplastic. I really wonder how microplastics can cross different barriers to ingestion process. Either through inhalation, plastics can go through inhalation, or through water, or through food, or through dermal contact. These are the only 4 reasons. And how come all these things going in will finally end up in brain, or in kidney, or in liver? I don't understand that. So it seems they say that they have different barriers, and finally it comes to some nano fractions of plastics which are eventually been found, and isolated cells have shown carcinogenicity because of these plastics and associated contaminants, mostly because of these associated contaminants with the plastics, which are produced either because of oxidation of the monomers, the polymers itself, or the released phthalates have a higher carcinogenicity.
Thank you. So now we have already end of this session. So if anyone has got questions, we'll be having tea time, so you can just interact with the panelists. So may I now request Dr. S.K. Das, scientist of NCCR, to kindly felicitate our esteemed panelists for the insightful thoughts which they have shared with us. And also I would like to thank all of you for your presence and making this discussion lively. Yeah. Dr. Das.
Thank you all the panelists and the session moderator. Now with this, we have come to the conclusion of the first panel discussion. We'll have a short tea break and then we'll get back by 3:30 to have a second panel discussion. The tea will be served at Madan Hall. Please proceed. Good afternoon. Now welcome back for the next panel session. Second panel session is on management and mitigation strategies of marine pollution across the region and biodiversity in the Indo-Pacific. So now I would like to invite all the panelists one by one. Dr. Ronan Galaituk, a spatial ecological data scientist from AIMS. Dr. Dharani G, a scientist chief and a group head of NIOT, leading research in marine biotechnology, microbial and algal biotechnology, and open sea cage culture. Dr. Ranjit K, a professor at Gufaus with over 20 years of research experience in wetland ecology, aquatic biodiversity, and ecosystem. Last but not the least, Dr. Mr. K.V. Sharma, scientist specialized in microbiology, strategic management, science diplomacy, and currently heading marine ecotoxicology. Please. Yes. And today's session moderator will be Dr. George Benezo, research scientist at Australian Institute of Marine Science. Please take over the session, please.
Okay, I would like to welcome everyone to the second panel session. So this session's a really engaging and interactive session that I'm going to try and facilitate some active discussion also. And this is going to focus mainly on understanding the synergistic impacts of what we discussed in the previous panel session on marine pollution, but with a specific focus on biodiversity across the Indo-Pacific bioregion in particular. So I want to start by getting both the panelists' regional and professional perspectives on the following question. So how can we strengthen strategies to address marine pollution, which can help us to better protect biodiversity and habitats across the Indo-Pacific region? So feel free to extrapolate from your own experiences in your own particular regions, and we have some really diverse bioregions and habitats that most of you cover. I'm going to start on my left.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I would like to begin off by saying that we need to look at the whole ecosystem. So not just merely say corals or mangroves, but all different species type which are there, including seagrasses, mudflats, everything. So essentially, world over, marine protected areas are a tried and tested way to go ahead with this. I think we need to expand the areas so that wherever possible, we should try to see that biodiversity is preserved. And the Gulf of Mannar in India is a very biodiverse, rich area. So areas like these in the Indo-Pacific need to be identified. You have the Great Barrier Reef in Australia. So I think there is some coral bleaching event which has occurred just recently. So I think scientists must put their heads together and see what are the coping strategies that can be evolved to address these important issues. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, and thank you for the question. Well, I'll just start from what the earlier panelist has left behind. We are talking about a component, a group of cenobands, which we feel are accommodated in our hand. We can actually understand what they actually do in an ecosystem, but that's not true. We all know that during the production of a plastic, there are more than 13,000 compounds which are actually becoming part of it. And with the level of research and with the level of instrumentation that we have, we still have not gone beyond 8,000 compounds yet to see how they impact the biodiversity. And within this 8,000, we have already understood that 3,200 compounds are very detrimental for the biological components as such. So that has been banned in many of the products as such. So when we take the tropical ecosystem like ours, the dynamics of every ecosystem varies drastically. Like what Dr. Sharma has just said, what a mangrove ecosystem and what a coral ecosystem would do is totally different compound in relation to these compounds. And similarly, the organisms which have been affected also might vary. The level at which the mollusk actually accumulates the amount of these compounds in the body and how it reacts is totally different from what a larger organism would do. So understanding how the mechanism by which an ecosystem works is what is actually we are lacking, and unfortunately there is very little information that is coming out. A recent study which shows that nearly 3,400 publications have come on microplastics and plastics in 2024, but there are hardly 10% which actually looks into the ecology and impacts of ecological role that these compounds have. So understanding this is, which I feel is one of the major drawbacks, or which is the lacuna that we have in this subject. Another thing is that with the tropical ecosystem, from place to place, the geography changes, the oceanographic pattern changes, the level of the other environmental entities impacting on this ecosystem also changes. So this has to be studied in depth, and as the discussion progresses, I will just add to what because it's a highly synergistic ecosystem that we are talking about. We just can't pinpoint a particular component which is getting manifolded or manipulated or getting accelerated in a particular level. It is actually a synergistic effect, and it has to be studied individually. It has to be studied very in depth. So in that sense, I feel that the marine ecosystem, we cannot have a policy which is very specifically for a particular region as such, unless and until we do not understand the habitat, unless we do not have the knowledge of the ecology, how the environmental parameters works there. It will be very futile exercise to actually bring out policies for a broader sense.
Yeah, that's a really great point that you made, is that so we need to be considering this from a habitat-specific scale perspective, both regionally. That's going to differ because what we are seeing in Australia on the Great Barrier Reef, the western coast of Australia, those ecosystems adapted to the conditions of pollution is going to differ to those corresponding marine habitats in the central Indian Ocean. So that's a really great point. Well said. I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Ronan Galadak from AIMS to give his perspective from the Australian tropical waters.
Sure, thanks, Josh. I definitely repeat the same points just recently mentioned by my colleagues. Understanding for different ecosystems at scale is super important. The one aspect that I would add to that at this stage, from our perspective, at least in Australia, is still even understanding where those ecosystems are and how sensitive they are, just because similar to India, at least, our coastline is extensive and we have a diversity of different systems, diversity of different habitats, diversity of different species, and they could be sensitive. Even the same species have a different sensitivity based on their location. So primarily, if we're looking beyond the just immediate sort of intertidal and coastal areas, deeper oceans, open oceans, we still don't even understand those and don't know where those potential sinks for the plastic pollution could be, or areas of impact, or where those sensitive ecosystems in the first place. And an example would be we have marine parks nationally that we still don't even know what inside those zones that we designate as a marine park. We don't have maps, we don't have understanding of what species associated with that. It's historically been designated as a marine park based on some sort of rules, but realistically, nobody visits them enough to actually study these. And they're important to exist, but we actually need to quantify in the first place what is there, and the further away from the main hubs of population or coast we go, the less we know about those ecosystems. So that will be my addition to the previous points.
Yes. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Namaskar. I missed the last session. I could not able to see the continuity of the last session. I'm extremely sorry for that. But I would like to bring a couple of points in front of the delight audience here in terms of diversity and pollution. That's today's topic. And diversity, of course, completely deals with life. Life, wherever it's sustained, that expands by itself by diversity. The main three factors which affect the diversity of this globe is, one is the gas, whatever may be, liquid carbon dioxide or an oxygen, and second is then either is an acidic or an basic nature of the system, what we are living, fresh water or an air, and third is the nutrient. That is the three, that's the food. One is the supporting gas, the other one is then supporting medium, which is maybe acidic or basic, or the next one is the food, that is organic substance. In addition to this, we have invented this inorganic substance. Of course, there is a natural inorganic substance already available in the world, but we have added all this, concentrated this inorganic substance in various forms, and we are continuously giving input to the sea. My stalwarts, my teachers, my peers, one day taught that it was, you cannot raise the ocean pH by 1 degree by yourself, by one point, or you cannot increase the sea surface temperature by 0.1 degree by yourself, or you cannot either increase this ocean salinity by 0.1 ppt by yourself by any kind of human intervention. That was, and textbook precision area people have said, but still we have said this irregardless of the power of the human population. We are becoming a major power on this earth. We can modify anything. We are near to the modify our entire atmosphere, and the only thing we could not modify in short is our field of magnetism. Other things, we are about to touch every field. We are touching the complete atmosphere, we are changing it, we are changing the entire water ecosystem. Only thing that we cannot touch is the primary god of this earth is the magnetism, that we cannot touch it to the major things because we had no the technology to reach that extent to do anything on that. Otherwise, we are doing all these three things. So coming to the pH, to the medium what we are living on this, whether we have added to change this pH, one thing what you see in terms of diversity, the Mother Earth is not the same. Change is the ultimate thing, it tends to change. As the Earth formed, it was uninhabitable. It was in hot gas, it was in magma, it was in ice, ultimately, and it became land and today, and we have the living diversity. And it change is continuously happening from an uninhabitable to habitable to the highest diversity. We are experiencing the change of the diversity patterns. So we have to very much carefully see what is our contribution on this planet. Which part we have really changed? Do we have changed in the pH? Yes, we consider after the industrialization, we are continuously pumping CO2. There is a very clear-cut difference on the CO2 input in the atmosphere. Due to that, we may change slightly the acidic conditions of the atmosphere so that it changes the water. Yes, we are doing. So we must have and focus and research on how we can address this change in the atmospheric gas concentration, again, which changes the oceanic pH. And of course, salinity. The second is both the scales, other scale is then salt. Yes, we are also concentrating huge quantity of salts in various forms from the lands. In addition to this, we are doing extraordinary activities on the land which liberate huge quantity of salts from the land biomass lands, from mines, from cutting, from wood felling to forest felling, to so many forms we are liberating so much of inorganic salts, which is again leading ultimately to the ocean. And third, enormous quantity of pollution in terms of human. The pollution is nothing but the nutrient. What we generate out of this photosynthetic work, which we multiply huge photosynthetic for our survival, photosynthetic energy, using the photosynthetic energy, we develop huge amount of inorganic carbon. And we utilize and we underutilize, and that again finding to the ocean. And this is all natural systems which we thrive and which we depend upon. Without that, we may not able to live, but still we must be very much monitored to work on this. The third one is the synthetic pollution, that is chemicals which has been, we have extracted from the Mother Earth and concentrated and again pumping to the ocean. So these three things ultimately affect the entire biodiversity. It may be a coral, it may be a plankton, phytoplankton, it may be a zooplankton, or be a whale. Over to that, we do huge amount of fishing. The whole protein we are fish protein we are depending on the whole coastal populations depending on the protein. So this leads to an extraordinary rate of harvesting and an extraordinary rate of pumping. These three inputs to this, either in temperature, of course, temperature. Temperature also, we are not putting any side in temperature directly, but indirectly we are adding the temperature to the sea surface in so many other ways. So there are individual scopes for huge number of scientists, huge number of people to work on all these three aspects to contempt and to bring us a holistic approach to get into a point so that everything goes back to moderate, or we do not promote more than this. So once we have focused on the research and to identifying the fact and to mitigate that, then we are again to the march. We are doing marine microplastic pollution. We have at least in very shorter span of say 5 to 6 years, we have nearly a million paper on microplastics and plastics related to the New World version. But what we were means we have identified plastic everywhere. We say yes, plastic is here. This many plastic is there. Up to human placenta, up to human brain, up to blood, everything plastic was there. But we do not know what to be done, how to be done. That is the point. See, I would like to draw an analogy from our great grandfathers. They identified a virus, right? That is like measles, pox, smallpox. They identified millions of years ago whence we have never been in this earth. They identified there is a virus. But they couldn't able to do something on that. They just left its own, let's the God-own things will save us like that they left. But they made some precautions. Only thing that was their advantage. But today, we are not like that. We have, for example, we have to draw attention from this corona. We had done enough basic work on corona-related virus earlier. With that basic work, at the shortest time, we would able to bring out an antidote. We bring out a short, a short vaccine. So that is the power of the human being. So instead of speaking and saying there is a virus, there is a microplastic, there is a pollution, we had to draw from an earlier research and conclusion and bring out a short intervention. The one person which we see made an corona, this one, is a typical example for how human intervention can come out. Instead of reporting only the available things, to how to use this data is very important, and this is an important point what this time requires. So that's with that we have miles to go away. Thank you very much for the kind opportunity.
That was very well said. Thank you so much. So one of the key points I think we should take away from that is the increased anthropogenic pressures that particularly the Indian Ocean has been facing across both decadal and millennial timescales, and you've highlighted that really well. So I want to circle back to plastic accumulation in particular. Let's focus predominantly on the Indian Ocean. So I want the panelists to reflect on, based on their target regions, where do you see important biological hotspots, so biodiversity hotspots in your region? that are most at threat from plastic accumulation. So this could be a range of biological habitats, it could be coastal down up to deep sea. And if so, what do you think are the best ways that we can fill those knowledge gaps if we don't have pre-existing knowledge about accumulation rates current, and how we can go about forecasting that into the future? I'll start with you, Dr. Sharma.
Yeah, so I think biodiversity hotspots are very clear, like I already mentioned earlier. In India, we have rich biodiversity in the Gulf of Mannar region. Also on our western coast, we have got similarly. And in the Indo-Pacific region also, I also already mentioned Australia's Great Barrier Reef. So, but the point that you referred to, how much of plastic accumulates and in these particular biodiversity hotspots, that's a question which is difficult to answer, because primarily the accumulation of these garbage is driven by ocean currents and not just local contribution. It can come from anywhere, the garbage. So ultimately what is required is to look at the source and stop it at the source. So I think we need to focus on how do we look at nature-based solutions, how do we go back to our old alternative lifestyles if it is possible. We had today, ice creams, sticks made out of edible stuff. So similarly, there is a story of how Air India, the airlines, Indian aircraft, they were serving all the knives, everything made out of wood. So you don't need to use plastic for that. So similarly, we need to look at how we can go back to sustainable nature-based materials instead of such plastic stuff, so that we can cut it at source consumption. I think even Amazon is now very much reduced on packaging of the products. So wherever possible, they will send it just like that with a label stuck on the package. They do not elaborately wrap it in all plastic stuff. So I think the onus is on everybody, the government, the non-government organizations, the consumers, and all people should be aware that we are contributing to the problem and how should we tackle it at the roots. Thank you.
Yeah, Josh, I come from a state in the southwest coast of India, which is Kerala. It has around 600 kilometers of coastline. We have 44 rivers in the state, 41 actually decanting into the Arabian Sea. And each year there is tons and tons of plastic that's actually entering into the sea. And we made a study in 2018. Unfortunately, we had one of the worst floods of the century during that period. And till then, the data which we had and the data which we immediately had after the flood showed a 7 times increase in the concentration of plastic. So it is clear that most of the plastic which we actually perceive is there in the ocean is actually not the true value. Because even IUCN has very recently brought out information that most of the plastics are actually being laden in the sea bed itself. So it could be from the land that the plastic has come during the floods, or it could be during the churning. This region is also one of the most profound upwelling regions in the Indian continent. So as a result, the chances of plastic being suspended in the water column is more. And this actually becomes a big problem when we study the trophic dynamics also. Another problem which we have seen is that, and unfortunately, I just wanted to add that during the previous panel, there is a large amount of plastic, nearly 20%, which has actually been incinerated inland, which actually gets into the vapors, and being Kerala being one of the regions where you have a lot of rain, it is actually coming back to the land itself. There is a lot of plastic which is actually used for landfilling, which is actually we do not have any data upon. this region which I am talking is also a region where we have seasonal, like today morning, Dr. George was talking about mud banks, which is a very peculiar phenomena that we have there. We also have a lot of regions which are mangrove based. Unfortunately, we do not have any region which is marine protected like what we have in the East Coast. So in saying so, there are many habitats which we have not yet basically established whether there is an impact of microplastics, although estuaries are one which are a hotbed where we have a lot of studies and a lot of data. But we are not aware about what's happening in the seamounts, which is a deep sea, maybe deep sea canyons, deep sea off the coast of India. So I think there is a lot of need for that kind of a thing, and how the organisms and how the people, how the nature as such is acting in this region will be very important. And I hope that there is a policy which actually caters to each of these regions, and we have a deep sea mission, a deep sea policy, which Dharni sir is very aware of, and there is a lot of impetus which is coming from the government as such. There is a lot of initiatives that the government has taken to actually educate the common mass, and especially the government individuals are basically involved in actually assessing and finding a mitigative measures for that. But it will take a lot of brainstorming, a lot of consensus needs to be done, because what happened in one state may not be followed in the other, and similarly transboundary issues that we had seen from the morning presentation. So all these has to be taken into consideration before actually coming out with a plan to actually safeguard a particular ecosystem.
That was excellent. Thank you so much. So that really solidifies that, particularly on the western coast of India, where you're from regionally, full of really key ecosystem services, particularly the mangrove habitats and those deeper pelagic systems, which significant lack of data that exists around those ecosystems and how to safeguard them going forward. So it's also highlighted in particular some of Australia's marine ecosystems, where we do have very little data on, but they play really integral roles in the blue carbon economy as well. So a lot of what we do at AIMS now is transitioning into looking at blue carbon ecosystems, because they're thoroughly understudied compared to tropical coral reefs and other tropical ecosystems. So thank you so much for that insight. I'm going to pass it over to Ronan to give his insights.
Sure, thanks. I think, first of all, it's important to recognize that in Australia, we're extremely lucky to have, well, being remote, and so the impact is probably more so local and primarily localized from the sources that are actually located within Australia primarily. But it's important to also remember that it varies, I guess, across the Australian continent. So for a bit of a background, I guess the eastern coast of Australia, the main sources of pollution will be actually the major cities that we have. So it's primarily the issue, diversity of issues with the pollution. It's actually the runoffs from the cities, from mismanaged waste, or from any type of drainages that after rains or anything like that. Whereas if you consider the northern parts of Australia, which are extremely remote, and there is only small communities and maybe a handful of cities, if not less, that exist there, the main source of the marine pollution actually is from overseas, from other locations. And I think that highlights the point of essentially the impacts on the biodiversity, but also the diversity of how would you deal with those types of pollution. For the coastal cities, for the big cities, we probably need to improve, I guess, our recycling system, reduce our reliance on plastics and plastic products. Whereas for people that live on a coastline and one day wake up and then suddenly see their beach polluted, every single time for them, they don't even have a proper system to deal with this. So the only way to get rid of that pollution in the first place, even if they bother doing the cleanups, is incinerating this, and which adds that additional, introducing different sources of pollution overall in the air. But also, yes, perhaps considering cost-effective methods of converting that, and this is mentioned here as well, into perhaps economically valuable ways of creating something else out of those debris. So we had examples where people made art out of this as well, or made walkways, benches, tables, everything like that. Right now, if we consider a remote community that have no industry, it's extremely non-cost effective. It costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to create one table or something like that, which is obviously nobody can afford. So proof of concept is there, but how, from the, I guess, government or policy perspective, how to support those initiatives is the main gap that we're currently having for those remote populations.
Yep. Again, coming to diversity. And we always try to appreciate the richness of the diversity based on the beta diversity, what we call as, and we generally see the keystone species or a charismatic species, and we appreciate diversity. In one spot it's a huge diversity. It is nature. In land, if you go one place, you will be having full of alpine forest, another place you have only mangroves, another place a plain land, somewhere deserts. And we specifically term as diversity hotspots and diversity rich and diversity less. But in my observations, I feel it is slightly overviewed, saying that only based on the charismatic and keystone species we are estimating diversity. Where diversity is not there, you take it, life is teeming on this planet. In no place you do not have life. You take an example of a microliter of seawater, it has at least 80,000 to 1.5 lakhs microbial cells. We know only 1.5% of this microbial cells in a microliter. I'm speaking about 1 by 1,000 of the water. 1 microliter of water will have, absolutely we have accounts using flows. It has 80,000 bacterial cells, and it has maximum of 1.5 lakhs bacterial cells for microliter of water. And similarly, if you take 1 ml of a seawater, it will have approximately some 6,000 to 30,000 phytoplankton species, which is about 200,000 species diversity. And microbes, we know only 1%. We do not know what is the maximum diversity of the thing, because we are speaking about only 1.5% of the microbial diversity. So what do you mean by diversity? Diversity is beyond our perceptions. Life is teeming on this in an unpredictable and exponential way. So we see only a biggest things and see diversity is lost. For example, we see coral reef, the Great Barrier Reef, because it is so momentous and monumentous structure, we appreciate that. But diversity is everywhere. Are we ready to lose the microbial diversity on the sea? Are we affordable to lose the phytoplankton diversity on the sea? Or if you say zooplankton, if you take again 1 liter of seawater, if you take roughly, it will be somewhere 8,000 to 15 to 20,000 zooplanktons in the water, number of. And it is again 200,000 species are there. So since only few scientists know, other people do not know, but we cannot appreciate the diversity. But diversity is everywhere. There is no point in protecting like in zoo, like as hotspots, and which is very important. Every part of the life, everywhere, if you go to desert, you go to a hot spring, everywhere life is teeming. So everything should be protected and should be appreciated and should be given equal responsibility in every man. So it is again an holistic things to preserve the complete diversity. It's not the preserve, to respect the complete diversity and act meaningfully. And in no way of course, I'm living on this earth for this past 54 years, and all our educations and our experience say diversity is never fixed. If it is, all the biologists know it is a survival of fittest and its existence based on the ecosystem and changing. It is typical example is the dinosaur. There was a huge diversity of dinosaurs. Still, we could not predict out how many dinosaurs lived on the different part of the globe at the same time. It was ripped off in no time. We do not know what is the time of the ripping and how much it took. But we lose the whole diversity. It doesn't mean that we have lost the living system. So this is one of the very peculiar example how diversity in total can be removed of, the total diversity of a group of things can be removed of, or it can be added. The removal or the total loss of the biodiversity is not again entirely on the human hand, but still we have substantial work to be done, or to be responsible to be done, to give respect, to allow it to survive, though we may not able to conserve other than the zoo, but allow it to survive, give equal opportunity, and reduce our areas of activities and allow them to enough space to survive and automatically survive by not polluting them or not giving. So in India, of course, we say pollution, we are giving pollution in the great Gangetic fan, which works several degrees south, which is from Himalayas. It reaches several degrees south with like a great fan. If you see from satellite map, you will be able to see. So that much amount of pollution is adding up naturally. And inside that, we added all our loads on that. If you wish or don't wish, this kind of nutrient loads, this kind of total suspended solids, this kind of turbidity is being pumped inside the sea every year, every annually. Over and above, we pump a lot of nutrients, lot of organic nutrients, inorganic chemicals, and so what, including this plastics. So only thing, if we become reasonable, all these things can be reduced to the large scale, which we will not have a guilt of later on saying that we have contributed to this. At least if you have a responsible citizen and responsible scientist in playing the major role in cut-shorting wherever is possible. And there is no means of cut-shorting certain things because we require resource. The primary survival of human beings is the first one, and it has to be done and it has to be there, but how rationally we can do and how elegantly it can be done, those things has to be addressed in most scientific form. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was excellent. Well said. Before I open up to the floor, I want to just address one really short question. So I just want a 2-minute response, very, very quick. It's just drawing on the main theme of the conference, which is bringing in the element of climate change into the argument as well. So we've discussed the direct impacts of marine litter or marine debris or pollution on marine habitat. So I want a short response that addresses how are climate stresses, whether it's disturbance events, ocean warming, acidification, how is that exacerbating or making marine pollution levels worse for particular marine habitats in your region? Do you see any particular trends in disturbance events or climate stresses which are affecting particular habitats, coral reefs, mangroves, seagrass beds, intertidal mudflats? In your specific region. So just a quick 1-minute response if that's possible.
Hello. Yeah, so regarding the contribution of climate change, I would like to mention that the warming oceans is one of the most important points where, which contributes to, for example, in the morning talk, the director of CMFRI, Dr. George, mentioned that now you're increasingly seeing jellyfish here. So this is very common phenomenon even in Europe, where you have all these alien species multiplying. So naturally, when the larger ecosystem, the way they were, if it is changed, it will happen. And this is inexorable unless, and a stop can only be put to it by countries banding together on the global stage and deciding to stick to targets which they have fixed for themselves. Without action, united action, we cannot tackle either global warming or sea level rise. Thank you.
Yeah, I will have a different opinion from what others have been saying. I work basically on wetland ecology and I'm more interested on the intertidal ecology. This is a region where we see a drastic change in the population structure, of organisms year after year. And as Sharma sir said, there has been a lot of invasive groups which have very recently invaded in this region. But very recently there was a report on how microplastics are actually reducing climate change. There was a paper in which they say that it has a negative role. They contribute to the increase in the disrupting ocean carbon cycle, altering algal growth, and also at the same time absorbing the solar radiation. So there is two dimensions to what actually, and from my perspective, I feel that climate change cannot be taken as a single entity. It is a combination of a lot of things. And yes, pollutants and especially microplastics, they do have a role in either increasing or decreasing it. At the same time, we have been seeing in general a change in the nature at which the population of the intertidal, especially the wetland region, has been changing. And finally, whatever comes, we have to give it to the climate change. So that is why we always say that this may be a reason for the climate change. But I personally feel that there is also a lot of animal associations and other interactions between the species which is actually contributing, and some species are more thriving well in the changing environment and others are not. So maybe that is a reason.
I think shortly address the most important issue on Earth. It's really impossible, but I guess over the last few years, at least in Australia, we see pretty much a whole suite of climate change impacts, starting from simple beach erosion due to raising water levels, sea level, which is the most important effect would be just some of my favorite beaches around my place completely disappeared and never going to come back, most likely. Australia just went this summer through major bleaching event, and I think I lost count after 16 weeks of degree heating weeks, basically, but I think it was even more, and we were out there actually serving for a different reason, but observing this in real life, and some of the places were basically losing up to 80 to 90% of cover of corals, for example, which obviously has a cascading effect for the entire ecosystem. Whether they're going to bounce or not, we still don't know. I think we just finished that actual bleaching event. In addition to that, on land in Australia, we see in places that now being drenched with rain that before were dry. Some of us lived through those ones as well recently and experienced that as well. So we definitely cannot ignore it. Nobody can. How to deal with this, or how does this impact in terms of the marine pollution? Those rain events most likely bring all these plastics from the sources that never existed before inland, further away, which maybe come from aware of some of those major dumps of, of general rubbish somewhere inland, and then suddenly it appears on the coastline. The water quality is changing as well because of those runoffs of the major, so basically which affects, again, productivity of that system. The water clarity affects the growth and, I guess, reproductive cycles of lots of biota, or even the seaweeds as it is, and affect the blue carbon, I guess, economy altogether, but also obviously impacting the rest, so causing fish kills, and we've seen some of those as well this summer.
Of course, related to significant biodiversity loss or in the Indian context, we can take example of Indian coral reefs. We have a huge coral reef ecosystem in at least 3 locations. One is the Great Andaman Nicobar Islands, Lakshadweep group of islands, and of course slightly in Malvan coast, and we have in India in Rameshwaram belts. These are some of the 3 or 4 major coral reef belts in India. And being this institute and being an opportunity to travel everywhere, we are witnessing. We do not have a specific program to entirely monitor this reef system, but we witness based on my experience of the last 20-25 years working here. We have seen reefs, the place is changing drastically. We have every summer bleaching. Every summer, without fail, there will be a bleach. You will see a white crystal garden in the coral reef ecosystem. It will be completely white and it will be looking very different. As a diver, and I used to dive in huge places, and seeing with bright, brilliant colors and seeing a white field, also something very interesting to see different. But every time there is some summer bleaching without fail. In no year we had an year which we do not have a summer bleaching. We have bleaching up to say 60%, sometime bleaching, even somewhere nearly minimum of 40 to 60% of bleaching happen every year without fail in all this major ecosystem. And this we say because of the temperature, but we have not done anything majorly on this temperature. It is totally in the atmospheric hand, which is a sustenance season plus temperature, how much it sustain on the average basis, on day-to-day basis is going to work on. In regard of these things, we have summer bleaching, and every year the summer bleaching happens and it recovers to a large extent. But the underlying point is it bleaches, it recovers, but there is always a loss of the percentage of bleaching and the percentage of recovery. And every year this kind of if there is a 50% bleaching and recovery is only 48% or 45%, and there is a 2% or 4% loss in the diversity is happening. And every year this is adding. So what does it mean? So slowly we are shrinking down the coral reefs. We do not know whether we did, but it is happening naturally, and we are only witnessing, because if you see the greater ecosystem of Lakshadweep, which is beyond any human intervention, we are not polluting, we are not loading nutrient. If you see a Great Nicobar, Andaman Nicobar ecosystem, in far Nicobar group of island, there is no much human being to do anything on there. It is all pristine beaches, and still summer bleachings happen, and huge scale bleachings happen, and recovery is always less than the bleaching. And moreover, we also do have this macroplastics everywhere in Andaman and Lakshadweep Islands. If you go to a pristine island where human being are not living or not even touched that island so far, if you go with two big boats, a truck or something, you can take from any given in 1 kilometer square, you can bring 2 truckloads of marine debris. So that is how the whole ecosystem acts. It is somewhere my director was telling it is one version. It is not any one person is doing. There is no person in Andaman Nicobar Island, in Great Nicobars and southern region of the islands. Similar in Lakshadweep, in number of islands, there is no people, but you can collect a good resource of macroplastics. That means if you see that much macroplastic, you can imagine how much microplastic you would have generated. This is all happening on global scales, plating on greater oceanic currents, which is on the 10-degree channel operating. It brings the complete international debris to such locations in pristine beaches of Andaman as well as in Lakshadweep. So yes, it is not on the local level. On the national and international levels, and on the base of the environmental settings of the ocean currents and other things, it has been impacted. The current circulations, temperatures sustaining in a number of places, bleaching is happening, and because of the currents, oceanic circulations, huge plastic debris is accumulating in certain places, which smothers and kills and other forms it does the plastics. So this is a huge holistics. People sitting in Bangladesh may think they are not done anything, but whatever they have dumped in the Gangetic system which reach those things, and the whole plastics what we are dealing with today's fisheries, we have reached our maximum MMSY, in maximum sustainable yield we have reached, but still we are deploying as much as, in my opinion, it must be equivalent to the total biomass what we are extracting every year. That much amount of gears we are using in the sea. Are we conscious to returning back all those gears back to the land, and we are having any recycling policies, or we are giving any incentives for recycling those nets or gears what we used from a simple floating buoy to a deep sea trawling gears to large trawl nets or whatever may be, purse seines. Do we do not have any attractive policies to people to bring back and recycle this? So once this also a country level things should be placed, there will be an big environmental auditing or an industrial material auditing. If an industry is making this many number of materials, for example, if you say HDPE is made for some net. If an industry of India is making an average of 100 tons of HDPE product, there should be an environmental auditing or material auditing that where those accountability of those material goes, where it goes, when it comes back, how many it is used, because everything has a life. We must have a material auditing, and those material auditing has to be from the source to the sink. It must be very much clear so that we can keep our seas clear and we can reduce the load which is going to be settling down in the sea, which a lot of us may not see, but other animals and other people going there will see that. It is definitely there. And there are reports saying that in Mariana Trench up to 12,000 meters there are plastic debris, gunny bags is still there. So if a global level change is not happening and not having to have a material list, material auditing, we are going to tend to speak and nothing is come back or nothing is accountability. We had to list down the products, for example, an SDP, PP, PE or plastic bags or whatever may be, whichever is generated from a country, there should be a policy of thing, how much material a country handles annually and how much material is brought back and handled safely. That kind of material auditing is required, because otherwise we are so much greedy and we use material right and left and we just tend to produce more and more material and tend to do not recover the material back. Because if it is an organic material which can recycle it by itself, it is okay. If the material cannot be recycled itself, then we are making a material which is going to be persistent for 100,000 years. Yes, we must have a control over the materials to bring it back as a country, as a single human being, as an industry, as a country, as a nation, or as a globe. It must have an idea on that. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you so much. These were some really valuable insights into the idea that climate change is not a singular issue. It actually is a combination, a synergistic impact that kind of tag teams along with our pressing issues of plastic accumulation or pollution, and that these ecosystems are already at threat. As you mentioned, the coral bleaching episodes that happen annually, they're already at their extreme limits, but now you have this increased impact of marine pollution on top, which can only cause exacerbated effects on those really pristine ecosystems. So I want to thank the panelists for addressing these really three pressing issues that are impacting our Indian Ocean rim biodiversity. We have a couple more minutes. I'm just going to open up to the floor for maybe 1 or 2 questions before the felicitation of our panel members at the conclusion of this panel session. So I'd like to open up to the floor. Does anyone have any questions for our panelists? We'll just get a microphone down.
I would like to thank the panel, and I have one question. Like, I'm curious to know, we have been seeing a lot of reports telling that there are a lot of microplastic accumulation in all the marine organisms, and we have a good GDP with marine industry as well. What do you think is the impact of impact on GDP and exports because of these reports, and how important it is to be accountable on that? First question is that. And second is there any SPS or any restrictions on the permissible limits that any country has put on the microplastic limits? And if yes or no, where are we in that particular thing?
I'll take the first question.
Yes, sir, please.
Yeah, we have certain guidelines which are there for microplastics. Very recently it has been brought out also. But the problem here is, if I'm not wrong with your question, was basically to assess whether they have any impact on the organism as such. So, and whether it is going to have any negative impact, especially to the GDP.
Yes, as a common person, if we are seeing a lot of reports like this, rather than going and checking it, we come to a conclusion that eating marine organisms can result in accumulation of microplastics in us.
Yes.
So, is this something that the scientists have to give clarity on, or?
Yes, very much. As you said, as a scientist, we just look into what is the number of microplastic which is there within an organism. It doesn't mean that it has been transferred to the next level. Many of the publications which come out with very alarming levels of microplastics create a lot of havoc in the society as such. And for a common man, it is much difficult to even estimate so much amount of microplastic has been gone. We all know that a groundbreaking publication that came in Nature on the amount of microplastic in salt was the first trigger to all these kind of an issue. But what actually comes in a salt and what actually comes within a fish is two different things. You cook it, you clean it, and whatever goes within your body may not be the total account or total number which is actually shown in the figure. But what actually happens in a salt may be the amount which is gone. So yes, as you said, it's as scientists we have to be more responsible in educating or in delivering the information that this is the amount of microplastic which is there within the body. But at the same time, we also need to be, as scientists, we also need to be very aware that this is the concentration of microplastic which is there in a fish without any kind of an adulteration. It is, we are collecting it from the wild, and this is what we find. And I have personally had certain issues when we publish certain things, because very recently one of the publication which came, in which I was also an author, was in fact in certain groups of cephalopods and certain group of mollusks, they had a larger number of microplastic which was actually been exported, and there were many industries from Kochi which contacted me and said that this is going to be very negative for us because you're giving a very false implication of we do all the processing. I said it is totally true that whatever is being exported is completely clear, but from a scientific perspective, we also need to tell that as organisms, they are accumulating such a large amount of microplastic. And we do not know how much is actually been in terms of nanoplastics and other getting into the body. So it's just kind of an awareness to show that how different it is. As I started my debate saying that we have 3,400 publications which has been published on microplastics and nanoplastics in 2024. That's the Scopus record. And all these actually are related to regional-based microplastic concentrations, the characteristics which has been reported. Maybe it is much more easier now to publish microplastic from a different region. It gets published very fast, so that's why the researchers are also more interested in it. But as you said, there is also a greater responsibility on the scientists to say that yes, this is the concentration, but this may not be the concentration which actually enters into the human circulation.
Thank you, sir.
Just one thing I wanted to mention is the common man, the layman is very smart. Now, if you look at, not specifically microplastics, but petroleum tar balls are also part of the situation. So if you look at the situation which happened here in the local Chennai area, when after the Ennur oil spill, people stopped buying fish. So you don't need some specific report to decide upon it. People use their common sense and decide what to do and what to purchase. They change their consumer purchase behavior. Thank you.
To straightly answer your question, do we have any standards on the microplastic limits? No. In national, international level, there are, but not for generic. If you say any kind of food, if you ask for the synthetic, any kind of compounds, Like any pesticides, you have standards. Heavy metals, you have standards. Any microbes, coliform counts, you have standards. But for microplastic, no, as such, it's international. Because now only it's growing and awareness, and microplastics are still considered to be a physical hazard, and we do not know what is the molecular or biochemical mechanism which interact with any kind of system in the globe or in any human system or animal system. It is a physical hazard as which we consider now. Hence, the point is no. Yes, there are some medical items, plastic quantity counts of plastics are there. For example, if you take single cell protein spirulina, there is a limit for number of chitin-like particles and plastic-like particles inside the powder, but not for all the things. So the first question is no, we do not have standards, international recommendations to ban or to affect the GDP of any countries because of any transport, any export of commodities. But that is one. And the second is, there is an stigma of GDP affected is going to come, which is going to be placed by developed countries on non-developing countries. That is a very different kind of ball game. If you don't use the plastic and recycle it, then your GDP is going to be affected because they are going to put a cap of your export commodities. It is something very different kind of policies which they connect to different entities for your mismanagement of certain things. It is going to be affected. There are still some things surfacing upon. Number of products maybe get banned. For a simple example, if you don't use an TED, your fish export will be, you can cut off. US has returned a lot of our commodities back. So similarly, suddenly there may be a ban if you are not managing a chunk of marine debris, then there may be a ban on your commodities export, which may indirectly or directly affect your GDP. Otherwise, where it's affect the GDP is only in terms of aesthetics. When your plastics, if you go to Bombay Beach, if you go to Bombay coastal areas, Bombay High, if you cast a net, you will have more plastic than the fish, right? It is a known fact. So this, if it is happening in an industrial area or a tourist area, it is going to affect the aesthetics. Then it attracts, it's going to be affect our GDP in terms of the tourist coming. If we say Andaman, Lakshadweep or Goan beaches are going to be befuddled with plastics in the beaches, definitely it is going to be an aesthetic value, and definitely it is going to affect the tourism, and definitely it is going to affect our GDP.
Thank you, sir.
Excellent. So I might just get a big round of applause for the panelists and a big gratitude for sharing your wonderful insights. So I'm just going to the felicitation of our panelists from NCCR, but thank you so much. It's been an okay. Well, we're about to run out of time, but
yeah, okay.
Do you
it's
have
a small question. Can I just go with it?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you for the panel. I had a lot of perspectives to learn about today. So you did speak a lot about biodiversity loss. I just wanted to look at it from a different perspective, wherein about microorganisms, because you did discuss about bioremediation and how it can be a way for marine litter. And I just want to look at bioremediation because in the soil point of view, there is not much movement of the microbes when applied to the soil. So when it comes to a marine environment, it moves. It cannot be in a stable way. And there's a lot of factors that's going to affect how it grows, how it interacts, and how it takes forward bioremediation. And also how effective it is. And can you give me some insights on how much of research has been done into using microbes for bioremediation in the marine area and things like that?
There is common knowledge that plastics mostly find their way into landfills, 95% of them. So increasingly, the work of government is towards mining these particular landfills. Some places like in Ghazipur, Delhi, the landfill has been running for over 40 years. It was originally targeted for 2.5 years. So what has happened is, due to that landfill, it has affected Sanjay Lake, which is about 2.5 kilometers away, and the Yamuna River, which is about 8 kilometers away from the landfill. So the idea is to mine these particular landfills and do bioremediation so that all harmful substances are removed. And also the area is liberated for other purposes. So I'm told, like, for example, the Adani group has been given about 1/3 of the area in Mumbai, where Devnar landfill site, for the rehabilitation. So this is how it is happening, because land is a precious commodity, scarce commodity. So where they will get land, it is only where the garbage is being dumped. So this is increasing the place where you have these particular bioremediation and mining being undertaken. Thank you.
Very quick answer. Of course, if your question is, are we not using the microbial potential to bioremediate? That's what your question, I understand, or it is not naturally happening? Your question is, you want to ask whether it is happening naturally or we are intervening doing that?
I'm asking it in a perspective of the marine environment, sir, because...
Anyway, yes, we understand the power of the bioremediation, but we have doing to the larger extent on the land. A typical example is an ETP. Any ETP is working today because purely depends only on the microbial power. It is not working on any other manual interventions. We are facilitating the microbial power to extract the nutrient out of the water. That is one of the intervention what we use, so that we reduce the nutrient. And do we have technology or a massive scale environmental restoration based on bioremediation? Means we do not have. And it is one of the future potential to do an environmental mitigation by bioremediation. So that is all, people are working on that. Slowly it will come out. But it's on land scale, like small things, typical fermentations, and a landfill, gas generations, and any ETPs, all working on a bioremediation potential, which is ultimately going to the sea. It is reducing there. But on the sea, we do not have anything as such. There are a couple of products coming off the pipeline. We have also done certain things. One of the big potential problem is oil pollution in the sea. When oil pollution forms, there are some bioremediation scales which can work on the natural level to emulsify. There are very good chemical emulsifications mechanisms there. You have a proven list of surfactants which can break down the microbial the oil and emulsify that. There you have. It is in proven technology. And there are also coming a consortium of microbial concentrations which can be used to reduce the emulsified product to degrade to the natural product, also coming up. In a couple of years, there will be materials coming in the globe for specific applications. Not you can use on ocean scale, but for specific potential locations of small area to mitigate, yes, it is going to be possible, and human intervention will be there.
Sir.
So, as you said, is it sustainable? In the sense, in the long term, if you leave the business as usual, so whether it is sustainable, at certain point, okay, what is the point means if you are doing some of the bioremediation, at what point you should be close? You must have a limit point, okay? So that's what, that is a challenging. Okay, technology also is not there right now, you can say. But do you think, yeah.
Sir, you say that the surfactant industry is $1 billion industry today. Surfactant, you say by a surfactant or a surfactant, It is a sustainable industry. You are speaking about, I didn't get your point, whether you are speaking on the sustainability of the industrial product or sustainability of the natural one. Biodiversity sustainability or the product sustainability. Biodiversity sustainability.
We cannot say for the smoking, okay, how much tobacco smoking is the is allowable. Similarly, the question is microplastic. Suppose how much, as you said, also you explained. So I don't think that microplastics or anything like remediation, suppose we do it, means we cannot put a limit that up to this level we can do it, or up to this level we can manage it. Beyond that, maybe
I got your point. Nothing is as I was mentioning that earlier. We cannot change the sea temperature by 0.1 degree, or we cannot increase the 0.1 degree salinity is a textbook precision. It is not happening. We are, as we said earlier, the human species of capable of changing the entire globe. So definitely there is a cap that it will tolerate to the very large extent. For everything there is a ceiling. After that does not work. But still we do not know that ceiling, but that doesn't mean it is not there. The ceiling is there. And we do not know the synergistic effect of the combination of the materials dealing. If you are giving taken one material of a model, and you can see this is the cap of that material to interact with the substance, but we do not know the synergistics. For coral bleaching example, it bleaches and it recovers, but if there is another synergistic effect, the loss of the recovery is very huge. So we do not have a holistic approach on the sustainable things on this.
Thank you.
I'd like just to solicit a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you for answering some really grilling questions from the audience. To welcome the felicitation wonderful panelists and to conclude today's session and day one of the workshop. So thank you on behalf of all participants.
Okay, now I would like to request Dr. K. Ramu, Scientist F from NCCR, to felicitate our panelists and the session moderator, please. Yeah, okay. I would like to express my sincere thanks to all the panelists and the session moderator for your insightful contributions on today's panel discussion. And also I would like to extend my gratitude and thankfulness to all the audience and participants for your active engagement to make this discussion a very successful one. And there is also one announcement for all the participants. Your vehicle to your hotel back, we NCCR have arranged a vehicle, so please wait at the reception area and we will pick you up from there. Thank you. With this, we have come to the end of the session for today.